Even when it's off campus and it's not, yeah.
Going to call this meeting to order. This is the May 4th workshop for the Martin County School Board. Let us now stand for the pledge, and in doing so, could we just also bow for a moment of silence? We lost a dear student this week, Nicholas Lorenas. We want to keep his family in our prayers. Thank you. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mrs. Falls. Would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Roberts,
This is Mrs. Roberts, and I'm here.
Mr. Anderson,
Here.
Mrs. Effenthaler,
Present.
Mr. Dieter Lizzie,
Here.
Mrs. Powers,
This is Mrs. Powers. I'm here.
and Superintendent Millay.
Here.
Thank you. Any board member information shared at this time?
No, I'll wait for board member discussion, but thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Okay. So now,
Same. I have, Mr. Anderson, this is Marcia Powers.
Okay.
I have a board member discussion as well
sure, go ahead.
when it comes time.
Oh, when it comes time? Okay,
Yeah, I can wait. Yes.
very well, thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead on into, open to the public. I don't have the cheat sheet here, but what I can tell you, basically, we ask that you come up and be respectful, speak to what it is you want to talk to, and, we will take your comments, not necessarily give any response. We don't get into a dialogue, but we take your comments, they are important to us because it keeps us abreast of what's going on. So at this time, we have a few, and it seems to mostly be centered around the mask. So we're going to start with Jenny Starks.
Outside, can we go to the next one?
Yes. Megan, is it Phoebus?
You have any more?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him now to try to get some lined up while we're at it. If you can also have Lisa Miller on standby, she'll be next. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am here to speak out on the current mask mandate. Excuse me, I was running in. I am currently hearing you all speak about social and emotional health of our children constantly. If you all really cared about our children's mental health, you would end this mask mandate today. It is not March 2020 anymore. Every adult that has wanted to receive a vaccine has now received them. We know that the flu has a greater impact on children than the coronavirus. And that is a blessing. That's a blessing from God. But what have you all done with that blessing? You have pushed it aside and forced our children, developing children, to wear a mask over their faces all day long. You tell these children, we do not care, 5- and 6-year-olds, that it's your first year of kindergarten and you may not understand the teacher. You say we do not care, 7- and 8-year-olds, that you can't play on the playground with your friends like you used to. We are still going to force you to carry the burden that was never really yours in the first place. Shame on you and shame on all of the parents for allowing this to happen in our county. It is May 4th, 2021, and this is long past due. Take the masks off of our children. I already know what I will be met with, but the CDC says, we did not vote for the CDC or the people that work at the CDC. We voted for you, and we elected you. The 5 of you, we chose you to make decisions that would be in our children's best interest. and forcing 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 9-year-olds, small children, to cover their mouths and noses where they breathe for 7 hours a day, every school day for the last 10 months is not in their best interests. Defend our children now, end the mask mandate, or step down and resign, because we are done. Thank you.
Lisa Miller.
You want to take the first one? She's back.
Yes, she can come. Jenny starts? Okay.
Hi. Good afternoon. Yesterday, our governor had ended the emergency order effective immediately because of the local abuses. This Martin County Board has abused the students of this county, and it must end. This has been about control, and never did you want the best for our children. Over 500 parents have signed a petition that started 2 days ago. The petition is heartbreaking, and the comments would make you sick. I am asking you to honor your governor, who, effective January 7, 2003, became the boss over the Florida Department of Education. Your boss has said enough, your community has said enough, the parents have said enough, and I'm asking this board to repent and do the right thing today, ending the mask mandate in school. If you are not willing to do this, then I'm asking for you to resign, effective immediately. We, the people, will vote in a new board, and the first vote will be removing the mask and freeing our children. Thank you.
Lisa Miller and Ashley, is it, I don't know the last name, but Ashley, Miss Ashley. Pritchett, I can't make out the first name. Pritchett? Is she there?
Amy Pritchett?
Yes.
Amy Pritchett?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Amy Pritchett, and I'm a fairly new resident of Martin County. I moved from New York. We sold our house in 2019, and I came down here for a better life. And what I've watched happen over the past year and change has appalled me. Parents are responsible for their children's health, not the school. The school can support, but the school should not be telling our children that they have to be fearful and anxious because they might catch a virus. Children are scared. They don't want to come to school with a mask on. They are because they don't want to stay home. However, I'd like to share with you that in my community, there's a large population now of parents that are homeschooling their children rather than send them to school masked. I'm asking this board to honor Governor DeSantis' declaration yesterday, in which he said, effective immediately, all COVID-19 emergency orders can be dropped. If the private sector wants to continue, they're private, and we need to honor that. However, we don't have to like it, but this is a public building, and all the schools are public, and we pay public dollars for these schools. So I'm asking you to carefully consider what Governor DeSantis has said and honor the commitment to follow the state's declaration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Regan, Chattel, and Tiffany Williams.
Ashley's back also.
Okay, she can come.
Hello, my name is Ashley Froling. I was on the corner with my other 3 kids, so I appreciate the second opportunity to talk. So I basically am here just to say there's no more excuses as to why our kids need to be masked. There's no more excuses as to why the school board should enact this and even mandate it. It, at the minimum, should be voluntary. But we, the people, have demanded it and our agents, the state legislatures, and our governor have also spoken through legislation and an executive order, and that is to be listened to. It is clear in the Constitution, the revision of the Constitution in 2003, that the governor is the boss of the Department of Education, which essentially is your boss. He has already said, we don't want this in our state. We don't want overreaching mandates in our state. And you guys have got to stop this nonsense of thinking that the Department of Education and all of its facets are somehow outside of the state and ultimately above we the people. So today, the policy needs to change. We demand it. You have to change the policy. Both get in line with the state, get in line with the facts, the scientific data. It's been shown that the schools are not a major source of spread. We have tons of data over this last year. I don't understand why there's a delay or why it would even be entertained to remain. Our kids need to be unmasked. Our communities need to be unmasked. We demand that the policy change today. Thank you.
Thank you. So Lisa Miller and Tiffany Williams.
Did you guys say Regan?
You can come if the others not. Yeah, you'll be next.
Oh,
Yes, Lisa.
okay.
Come on, you're here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Hi. My name is Regan Chattel, and I'm a mother of 2 school-aged children, one of which was recently given 3 days detention for his mask slipping below his nose in art class at Hidden Oaks Middle School. My mission is to advocate for our children who have been forced to wear masks all day at school. The Martin County School Board needs to make masks at least optional for our children next year as they go back full-time in person. I have a petition with over 450 signatures so far that share this mission. Child shaming and discipline by teachers, staff, and administration is unacceptable. The psychological impacts are extremely concerning, and as was proven with my son, kids have been treated harshly when not obeying. Masks are not one size fits all. Kids with glasses have been forced to go to school without them as they cannot control the fogging. Hearing impaired kids can no longer read lips. Kids with speech issues cannot see their teacher's mouth during instruction for comprehension. Kids who are asthmatic, allergy-prone, or children on the spectrum have an especially hard time. If a mask inhibits the ability of someone to breathe in any way, it is recommended not to wear one. Masks are not being regulated or worn properly while at school. After a long, hot day, they're moist, filled with bacteria and E. coli. The masks are not changed after soiled or moist, as directed by medical professionals. As the humidity rises, this is a danger to our children. There is zero long-term research for the impacts of masking our children. It is our duty as adults to not only protect the younger generation, but also do as much as possible to ensure that they thrive. There is no statutory law that mandates masks. Regardless of the lack of safety and efficacy behind the decision to require a child to wear a mask, it is illegal to mandate EAU-approved investigational medical therapies without informed consent. All parties mandating the use of face masks are not only willfully ignoring established science, but are engaging in what amounts to a whole school clinical experimental trial. Masks are proven ineffective for the purpose claimed by your mandate and potentially harmful. The right to avoid the imposition of human experimentation is fundamental, rooted in the Nuremberg Code of 1947. The law is very clear. It is unlawful to conduct medical research, even in the case of an emergency, unless steps are taken to secure informed consent of all participants. Furthermore, forcing children to wear masks, or similarly forcing use of any other non-FDA-approved medical product without the child's consent or parental consent is illegal and immoral. Please help us fight for our children's development, emotionally and physically, by making masks optional in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Shanann April and Medora Reading.
Good afternoon, school board members and Dr. Millay. My name is Shannon Aprilli, and I am here today again to speak on the unhealthy masking of our children. The Education Commission is saying make mask optional. The governor is saying make mask optional. And we, the parents, are saying make masks optional. I'll once again quote the Florida Education Commissioner, Richard Corcoran's letter dated April 14th. The data shows the district face covering policies do not impact the spread of the virus. Broad sweeping mandatory face covering policies serve no remaining good at this point in our schools, end quote. The Florida Department of Education has made an official statement that the governor's recent executive order does not apply to them. That's interesting since he is your boss. The 2002 Florida Constitution Revision Commission submitted a revision to the Florida Constitution, amending Article 4, Section 4, to reduce the cabinet from 6 elected officials to 3. The voters approved the changes and it became effective January 7, 2003. After this time, the Commissioner of Education became an appointed position, and the FLDOE became the overall responsibility of the governor. The revised Constitution also created a new Florida Board of Education with 7 members, one of whom is the Commissioner of Education, appointed by the governor to oversee the Department of Education. Additionally, under Policy 124 for the District of Martin County, Standards of Ethical Conduct for you state board members, school board members, the school board member shall make a reasonable effort to protect the student from conditions harmful to learning and or to the student's mental and or physical health or safety. As a parent of a child enrolled in Martin County schools, I am hereby notifying you that these masks are harmful to the physical health of my child. I spoke to this board 2 weeks ago. Since then, parents have contacted me asking what they can do. Petitions are being signed, parents are organizing, and you should know that we, the people of Martin County, are not going to go away. We may have been complacent or even ignorant in the past, but we are gaining strength in numbers and in knowledge. And I promise you, we will be here at every school board meeting until you stop the unhealthy masking of these vulnerable children. I will end by quoting Benjamin Franklin. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety. Thank you for your time, and please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have Tiffany out there.
Okay, and then after that is a Bonnie Pettinger. Bonnie?
Good afternoon. My name's Tiffany Williams, and I'm speaking in regards to the mask requirement. First, I want to say I'm very grateful for the opportunity for my kids to attend school in person. I feel strongly that my children excel far greater with in-person learning rather than virtual learning. This was a difficult decision, given my strong belief that my children should also not be denied the right to breathe fresh air. At the beginning of the pandemic, government agencies made far-reaching decisions, including mask wearing, without available explicit scientific data proving they work. Here we are a year later, still debating whether there is any scientific-based evidence that proves masks work against COVID-19. However, we are seeing evidence that masks can be detrimental to your health. A new study published on April 20th, 2021, from the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, titled, "Is a Mask That Covers the Mouth and Nose Free from Undesirable Side Effects?" This study shows that masks can cause short and long-term health problems, including but not limited to an increase in blood carbon dioxide, decrease in blood oxygen saturation, increase in heart rate, increase in blood pressure, shortness of breath and difficulty breathing, headache, dizziness, decreased ability to concentrate, acne, skin lesions and irritation, and overall perceived fatigue and exhaustion. This is very alarming and is not a desirable situation for children to learn. Last week, a high school track runner wearing a mask passed out at the finish line of her race
due to buildup of CO2 in her mask and her inability to catch a fresh breath. I am thankful for our district's common sense decisions to not require our athletes to wear masks. However, at the same time, children in school are required to wear them outside in PE, doing activities such as playing kickball or walking. A low oxygen saturation level is considered to be less than 95% and dangerous when less than 92%. How can we be sure our children are not falling below these levels? The Florida Education Commissioner has advised school districts to make masks optional for the upcoming school year. They have reviewed the data across the state and did not find a correlation between sweeping mask mandates and the presence of COVID-19 in schools. He says the data shows the district's face covering policies do not impact the spread of the virus. In closing, I would like to see parents have the freedom to choose to send their child to school without a mask, especially given the scientific data that suggests masks are harming our children more than they are helping them. It is time for our children to see the faces of their classmates again and to see their smiles again. Thank you.
Thank you. There's Bonnie Pettinger out there, and Lisa Miller, and Medora Reading. Those are the last three. I think we've called them a couple of times.
Hello.
All right.
Hello, how are you guys today? Our kids should not be wearing
Could you
masks.
state your name for the record, please?
Oh, sorry, Lisa Miller.
Thank you.
Our kids should not be wearing masks for the next school year. TCCA, which is Treasure Coast Classical Academy, is a mask-optional school for teachers and students since August of 2020. Most, if not all, students and staff are not wearing masks. The information I'm about to present is available on the Florida COVID dashboard. TCCA is currently K through 7th grade. To compare similar grades, here are the COVID statistics for some of the elementary and middle schools in Martin County. I want all schools to be mask-free, but I'm leaving out the high school since I know of no high schools that are mask optional. I would suspect that the evidence would be similar. TCCA, since September of 2020, has had 35 COVID cases. Middle schools, AMS, 30, SMS, 21, MMS, 30, and HOMS, 36. Elementary schools, BCE, I'm just abbreviating for time, BCE, 17, CLE, 16, HSE 13, JBE 17, CGE 10, FAW 22, JD Parker 19, PCE 35, Pinewood 35, PSE 19, and finally Seawind of 19 cases. Treasure Coast Classical Academy represents an average of 4.3 cases per grade. If I add together the lowest middle school cases and the lowest elementary school cases for the public schools, the average is 3.875 cases. If I average together the highest middle school cases and the highest elementary school cases for the public school, the average is 8.875. You're telling me that we're not having masks, but there's no difference in the number of cases with mask optional versus mask mandatory schools. Masks are not making any difference in the number of cases. These are the facts. Let's parents and families make a decision to mask or not to mask. All teachers who want the vaccine have already gotten it. They're protected. Additionally, statistically, this is proven, the flu is more deadly to those under the age of 18. Okay? Unmask our kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bonnie.
Okay. All right, come on in. State your name for the record, please.
Yes, Bonnie Pettinga.
Okay.
I'm a mother of 3 adult children and 8 grandchildren. Very concerned about what's going on. We, as you are all aware, you represent the voters. Am I correct in saying that? You're a bipartisan committee, board committee, who serve the community. We need to bear that in mind, and I hope each and every one of you will. This is a critical turning point within our children's society, or within our community, and within the future of our children. They are the future of this nation. we in Martin County can be the leaders rather than the followers. I would like to say that after listening to several of the parents who are really your boss, the facts they presented are profound. They're accurate. And I think it's time that all of you research and do your and research your facts. I'm asking you to make sure that our children in Martin County have the ability to attend school with breathing properly and learning to their fullest capability. There is no way these children can learn with masks on at the highest level of their abilities with wearing the masks. I'd like to end this by saying that, or not saying, but I'd like to end this by asking each and one of you what your intentions are going forward after hearing the pleas and cries of the parents who have not been able to enjoy the time they should be able to enjoy the most precious years of their children's lives. What are your intentions going forward? How do you intend on adhering to our Governor DeSantis and Governor DeSantis's most recent executive order lifting the mask mandates? Can I get an answer?
No, ma'am, in all due respect, we don't carry on a conversation. We will listen at your comments, and then we will go from there. Thank you.
Okay, well, please, again, be the leaders rather than the followers. You have this opportunity to serve the parents and the parents who knows best for their children, as well as the medical industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This one?
Yeah.
I wasn't planning it, so I hope you'll all be kind.
Would you please state your name for the record, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. Medora Redding.
Okay.
And thank you all. However, I have to admit I'm confused. We turn to you, as I did as a child, to ours. You are supposed to be the exceptions. You are supposed to be what we lean for good guidance. I don't know if any of you know, but the WHO said in November 2020 that children under 12, it's actually child abuse. I also don't know if you had heard from Elizabeth Smart, who had actually said if she had not had a mask on, she would have been freed 3 months before she was, because she would have been found in a library and she would have been identified. My real confusion is Health Science 101. Oxygen is mandatory for the brain. I was taught that in 3rd grade, maybe 2nd. Carbon dioxide is poison. My father died from a mask here in Martin County, 3 weeks. They meant well. He had bronchitis. They were worried about it going into pneumonia. The E. coli, the bacteria, whatever, suffocated his lungs, and I have it. This is not healthy. It is not good in any way, shape, or form, and you all and teachers should know Health Science 101 better than anyone. It's for the brain. I have studies I can bring, if you want them, on what it does to not have oxygen, especially with children under 12 going to the brain. I have them. You can call me, I'll get them for you. But this is scary, what we are doing. And what it's created is animosity in schools, fighting. I know of a huge problem in Palm City Elementary. I have seen things that have been unreal where parents and kids have been bullied. Let's get back to work. Let's go to school. Let's study and learn. And yes, Governor DeSantis is your boss. So are we. We pay the taxes. We care. I no longer have a child here. However, I care about our future. And I have dry mouth from dental surgery, so you have to forgive me on that too. But we have the future, and the future are these children that are growing up. I will end by quoting Mark Twain. It is far easier to fool the man than for the man to admit he's been fooled. Thank you all. I hope you will do the right thing or resign. Thank you again.
Can we make sure she filled out a form?
Sure. Can you make sure?
Yeah. There's a Mike, I can't make out the last name, and that's all I have.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair, I had a couple comments.
well, you want to let him finish first and then?
Oh, I didn't know we still
Yeah,
had somebody.
yeah.
Sorry.
Hi there, Mike Provenzano. Was here 2 weeks ago at the last meeting. Presented some information on that Stanford study, which was peer-reviewed and showed how harmful masks were. Hopefully you did your 10 minutes of homework and read the 4 or 5 pages. You know, frankly, I've heard a couple things already that I'm really disturbed about. This is called a workshop. I expected there to be some adult conversation and dialogue, so we the people could get an understanding of where the board is and how you're still continuing to keep our kids in masks. Every day you're making a decision to keep our kids in masks until you stop that. You have a fiduciary obligation to the taxpayers, we the people. We voted you in, we can vote you out. You have to do your job. You have to be responsible. How can you be more stringent, more restrictive than the county, than the state? Why? What makes you guys so smart that you think you know it all in terms of what's best for my child? Parents know best. Father knows best. Mother knows best. Let us make this choice. People have a choice. Get vaccinated, wear a mask if you think you need to do that. Don't keep my kid in a mask for 35 hours a week. It's been 10 weeks at my school since there's been a case. There needs to be some transparency. I asked what the criteria was the last time I was here to keep my kid in a mask. There's no dialogue. There's no answers. We just leave it to you? No dialogue? This is called a workshop. Where's the work? Me talking at you and other people with no response, no feedback, no transparency. How is that helpful? Let's be adults, let's have a conversation. Where does the board stand with this? Why is my kid still in a mask? What evidence, scientific evidence, are you relying upon? The CDC? Did you go look at their evidence that they have on their website? It's farcical. There is far more scientific evidence out there that shows masks are harmful. The governor, rescinded his EO. Why are we still in masks? Because it's the easiest thing to do for another couple weeks, and it'll be summer, and then we'll deal with it in July and see where we're at then. Not one more minute should my kid be in a mask than they need to be, and it's over. It's beyond that. What are you doing? We, the people, should know. You should tell us. You should support your decision to keep them in a mask. Do you have a commitment contractually with the teachers union? Are they the problem? Who's the problem?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's what I got last time. What are we going to do about it?
Sorry, your time's up.
What are we going to do about it?
Sorry, your time's up. Your time's up.
Great. Do something!
Goodness gracious.
Okay. That ends public comment, and we understand that people express themselves in different ways. Board Member Powers, you wanted to say something? You can now. The public comment is over with.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Anderson. Thank you for filling in while I'm away, and I apologize that I couldn't be there for this important meeting. I didn't realize that this issue was going to come up. But I do think we need to have additional conversation about the mask issue. Specifically based on what the governor's order yesterday, I think it was yesterday, and then again, I know that there was some direction that came out about not applying to school districts, but what has concerned me the most is that the inconsistency among our schools and what's happening and being able to evaluate, because I thought we made it extremely clear that there is an expectation that masks will be optional next school year. I mean, that was, to me, extremely clear. While, unless something majorly happens between now and August 11th, when school starts, but parents know clearly that masks will be optional. And I know there has been a lot of things out in the public about some inconsistencies at our schools. I'm concerned about graduations, holding graduations. Since they're outside, are we going to require masks? I really think that we need to be having these conversations. We're in the last weeks of school, and I know it's easy for us to say, oh, we'll just wait until the end of this school year, but we have some really important events coming up, and I think we need to have those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and it's my understanding that this mandate or whatever came down from the governor, this just happened. I believe it's recent. And so I don't even think we had a chance to deal with this yet. I have sense enough to know that there are 3 levels of government, okay? Federal, state, and local. And I also got sense enough to know that the state, for the most part, override the local. So if the governor has come down with this mandate, then I would think that we have to have chance to react to that. And to me, there's no other option than to go along with it. So, I mean, but can you give us a chance? I mean, this just happened.
So, Mr. Anderson, I agree with you. This is Marcia again. And the unfortunate part is that we don't have a whole lot of time because this is our last meeting before the 18th of the month. So, obviously we're limited. I know that this is our first time being together as a group to be able to talk about it, and our next time will not be until the 18th of May. So that's kind of why I brought it up. I really think that, I know we're all digesting it just the same as the public is, but we're so limited on the number of times that we as a board can get together and talk. So that's why I thought we should talk about it today.
So I agree with that, and here's what I'll say. Time is of the essence. The governor has already come down and made that decision. So if getting together for an emergency meeting, or if tonight you all want to go on and we coincide with that, we'll do it. But what I do not particularly want anybody to get the wrong message, there is a way to come before this board and address us in a respectful manner. And a lot of those comments were over the top. I mean, it's as if we took pleasure in putting the kids in masks and we don't care and we're abusing them. I mean, come on, be fair. You want the mask off, say that. But don't take a cheap shot, okay? Because after all, we are human beings up here too. And yes, our job is to represent our constituency. And that's what we try to do. But be fair, okay? And nobody's going to be bullied up here. Just say what you got to say. We're sensible people. At least I am. I think that's the majority of us get it. These are good people I serve with, and they care. But please don't think you can come here and make me afraid. Oh, I may not get elected again. Really? Well, I had a life before this, and I'm going to have one after that, and I'm going to have one while I'm here. So come on. Let's be respectful. We're respectful of you. So what do y'all want to do? Is there anything we can do? I know graduation's coming. I don't know. Yes, Ms. Robbins.
Can I make a few remarks?
Sure.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to thank staff for the Power BI and the public dashboards, because I think that's been very important at being able to give us information. I would like to note that I checked this morning, and with 18,000 students in the district, with 406 cases, so if you figure 18,000 students, a couple thousand employees, that puts us up over the 20,000 mark. The positive cases that we've had listed from year to date, from the beginning of the school year, is 406, which puts us at a less than 2% rate. I do believe that Treasure Coast Classical has around 1,000 students and teachers that are there, if I was going to pick a number. And with 35 cases there, call that, even if we just looked at 1,000 and looked at the 35, that's a 3.5. So just as a remark, there is some difference in the numbers. I do appreciate all the work and the challenges that the teachers and the staff have done, and I appreciate all the compliance that we've had to date with the protocols that we've had in place, and I think that those protocols are why we have the 406 cases rather than a much larger number of cases. Those 406 cases, I believe, attributed to 5,400 and something, just under 5,500 quarantine cases, quarantines but that's to be expected, and actually those numbers improved as time went on. I think that probably some of the piece that the public or maybe people don't really think about are a couple things. One is that we have an approved reopening plan. We were required by the state of Florida to file a reopening plan. That was before school started, and then refile it at the beginning of this year, this calendar year. And that approved reopening plan has different components in it that say exactly what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. So I think, and we get direction from DOE that tells us exactly what they think and what they think we should be doing. But I think it's important to know that if you want to wonder why we're doing the things we're doing, I think it's important to go back and read that reopening plan, which is on our website, and see exactly what that says. That's the assurances that are given, whether it's to our employees, whether it's to the public, whether it's to the students, whether it's to whoever it's to. Those are the assurances that are found in that reopening plan that is an approved reopening plan. I think it's also important to know that the legislative session this year was later than what it normally is. We just closed the legislative session last Friday. This is Tuesday. There were two very important bills that were passed during that legislative session. One had to do with COVID liability. Prior to that bill being passed, there was the ability, and I'm not talking about whether you win or lose a lawsuit, but there was the ability to file a lawsuit, which would then have to be defended for something that happened to you or your family because of COVID. And I think that that is something that we've just now been able to get passed, so that the COVID liability bill did go through. The second thing is a bill for Parents' Bill of Rights. Aaron Grawl, further up the coast from us, filed a bill where it clearly defines that parents have a stronger ability to interact and to advocate for their children. So I think those are two very important pieces of legislation that have come through during this last session. I think that it's important to understand the process, that those now go through a conformance phase where those get phased in, et cetera. So if these things had happened earlier, and I'm not blaming anybody, but obviously if these things had happened earlier between the COVID liability and the Parents' Bill of Rights, we wouldn't be sitting here now looking at, 3 more weeks of school or 4 more weeks of school, whatever it looks like, and saying, well, what do we do at this point? I have heard from multiple people in the community about the disparity between sports. And I don't just mean outside sports, I mean the inside sports with the wrestling, et cetera, with the when you wear a mask, when you don't wear a mask. I've heard the difference in standards that are applied between drama and between singing. And I would venture to say that a musical involves singing. So when you have a musical, even though it's being produced by a drama group, that there is singing, and I have read the CDC and the DOH pieces about the size of the particles and how far you spit when you sing and all that other kind of stuff. So I understand that those things are all there. I think we've been, as a board, we've been very clear that next year, that the expectation would be that masks would be optional for barring any very strange circumstance, so that, and by giving that information to parents so they know what next year looks like. I haven't fully read or digested DeSantis's information or the information from DOE, but just on the surface, it looked like he was pretty much talking about things that were starting on July 1st and was not talking about things that happened through the end of this year. Just as an aside, just so that people kind of understand that, I mean, obviously the governor has given us his direction as what his expectation is. Of course, always with the governor, you still have the ability as a government entity to do something different than that, if you can rest assured that you have public health and safety in mind, et cetera. So there's that whole piece that's going on there. I think there's a couple things that we need to look at. The first thing is, I think, by the way, Elizabeth Smart, I think, came forward, I believe it was in 2003. So that was, just in case anybody was wondering about that, that was well before COVID and had very little to do with, if, I don't even know, I haven't watched the Elizabeth Smart specials yet, but I don't know whether Elizabeth Smart had a mask or not. But just in case anybody was racking their brain as to when Elizabeth Smart was rescued, it was in 2003.
You're absolutely right.
Just so that everybody kind of has that under their hat, so we kind of know that that was before we even had this. I think that we need to look into, whenever anybody in the public gives us information, and they're giving us information about some issues at Palm City Elementary. I've heard nothing about any issues at Palm City Elementary, so perhaps somebody on, Dr. Millay, maybe you could have find out if anybody has any issues at Palm City Elementary, or if that's, maybe it's just children who attend Palm City Elementary that are having issues that when they're not at the school. I don't know. I mean, I don't even want to guess, but whenever somebody says that something might be happening, I think it's incumbent upon us to try to figure out what it is. I do think that since our next meeting will be, what is it, May 18th? Is that correct? May 18th. He said yes? That was Mike? Oh, Mike agrees with me that the next meeting is May 18th. So since we think that the next meeting is going to be May 18th, I think it would be appropriate to have an agenda item on the May 18th meeting that kind of addresses for the rest of this year what our feeling is regarding masks. That would, I understand, and I can understand how Julie and Mark are probably having heart palpitations, but I do think that we should recognize that there's some activities, for instance, graduations that are going to be held outside, that are going to be, if they're the same as last year, are going to be well distanced, et cetera. Also realizing that we're reaching a period with those seniors who are coming to graduation, they're not coming back to school. I mean, so it's not like they're going to come back and infect and pass on something to a bunch of kids in their classroom that's going to affect them being quarantined for the next 2 weeks. So, I mean, I think that there's a piece that we need to kind of look at there. I think that what that does involve is, it does involve a amendment to our reopening plan, since our reopening plan is very specific as to what our protocols are. So I think in doing that, what we have to look at is, we have to have the discussion before the agenda item. Somebody on staff has to have the discussion to find out if this would be an acceptable amendment to the reopening plan, so we kind of understand where it is we're sitting. I mean, it wouldn't do any good for this board to approve a reopening plan, to approve something, and then ask for an amendment to the reopening plan. But I think we could probably, DOE has been very responsive at getting back to us, so I almost feel like if we knew that, if somebody could ask DOE, hey, would this be approved? Can we get the turnaround pretty quickly? That we may be able to alter some of what happens at graduations, which I believe happen on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Is that correct? happen on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, because I would hate to have it so that the Wednesday graduation, which I believe is Jensen Beach High School, I would hate for them to be like, no, we didn't get the word yet for that one, so now we got to wait. You guys have a different standard than what the other two high schools have. Or I also wouldn't want it to be that this would be a reopening plan that would be approved, an amendment to a reopening plan, but we're not going to allow it because we don't want to treat the students at Jensen Beach High School different than we do Martin County and South Fork. So, I mean, I think we have to kind of look at that. But, I mean, I'm just kind of thinking that if we can get some direction from DOE that this would be something that, and maybe they would be even able to approve it ahead of time, that this is a reopening amendment that they would be able to approve contingent upon board acceptance or board approval from that. And I think that we can move forward with that. And I think that's all I had to say. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Roberts, for those well-thought-out comments there.
Mr. Anderson, I have just a couple.
Sure, go ahead, Mrs.
So,
Jessica.
for one thing, and those were well thought out, Lee, thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. For one thing, there are variants, and we don't know much about the variants, and children ages 12 and up haven't really been able to be vaccinated yet, and we talk about the numbers in terms of how low it is, but can we say that it's because of masks? We don't know whether the numbers are down because they're wearing masks or not. So, and the thing I will say is I'm not a scientist and I'm not an epidemiologist, yes, thank you. But there is science out there, and I think that's what we depend on staff to look at, is working with the health department, and the health department works with CDC. And I know some people aren't agreeing with that, but that's the science we've been following. And I think we have to look to staff to, to give us some information regarding what we should do based on that. And yes, we do have the reopening plan, and we need to look back at that, and it's going to have to be revised. I think we can't make decisions quickly. I think we have to make sure that we're following the science and the research. So I will say that, I don't know that we can't decide this today, but I do think that we have some things to think about, and we have some discussion that needs to happen. And I agree with you regarding graduation being held outside and the fact that students aren't coming back to school.
So I guess what I'm asking is, we don't vote at this meeting, but is there consensus among the board for this to be an agenda item and for that to proceed in that manner so that we would have some clarity at the next May 18th meeting?
Mr. Chairman? So this is Marcia.
Okay, first
So
of all.
I absolutely.
Go ahead, Mrs. Powell.
Sorry. Yeah, I agree that we need to have this as an agenda item on the May 18th meeting and to have these discussions and really make the decision about graduation specifically, because I know there's a lot of families and the kids are waiting for this information. So I know it's not as quickly as some people would like it to happen, but I think it's the best that we can do given the circumstances and giving the board plenty of time and the superintendent plenty of time to review all the information that is in front of us. So I think it's very fair to do the agenda item on the 18th.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. DiTerlizzi.
Thank you very much. I know we discussed it sometime, maybe it was during board member comments at our last board meeting about going, and I agree with all your comments, about going voluntary for masks. And I thought we said we were going to ask for it to be at our next regular board meeting. So maybe Dr. Millay, you want to check on that. But there were some things said today, on top of all that, there were some things said today that I'm not sure that I feel very comfortable about. And one is that a child was suspended for wearing his mask below his nose. Now, you all know I had COVID. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital. I honestly didn't think I was coming out of the hospital. I still don't wear a mask unless somebody demands I wear a mask to go in their business, and if I'm in there, I'll put it on, or if I feel uncomfortable, I'll put it on. But I still have respiratory issues where I can't wear a mask for more than a couple of minutes without having breathing problems. I have always believed that children shouldn't wear masks. But I know we put a plan together and we decided that we would do that. There was a lot of community pressure to make sure our kids wear masks to protect each other, to protect staff, to protect children from staff, and all those different things. I think it's imperative we talk about it as soon as possible. I know we cannot talk about it today because of our notice requirements for an emergency or special board meeting, but we need to move forward. We also need to figure out, maybe Dr. Millay, I never offered any advice to staff or directive to staff to suspend students for having a mask below their nose. I personally think it's wrong. I think it's improper, and I think it doesn't show the spirit of what we're trying to do here to our students. If students are being bullied, this is the first thing I'm hearing about, students being bullied and mistreated by staff. And I don't know if it's true or not, so I'm not blaming anybody or accusing anybody. But if it is happening, we need to know, and we need to correct it, and we need to make sure that each and every one of our schools is treating everybody the same exact way. We can't have different rules for different schools. So I'm okay with the 18th having that discussion. And I'm okay with making schools mask mandatory, immediately. So unfortunately, we can't make that decision until the 18th. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DiTeresi. Now, one thing you said for sure, and I concur with that, some comment was made about a student. I don't know that. That was a comment that was made. But here as a board, we need to have competent and substantiated evidence, and we're not here today to debate something like that. But if that happened, then they can take that up at the proper time with the proper people. So, when people say things in the heat of passion, sometimes, you have to validate that. So we're not here today to try to play judge and jury. We're here to carry on this workshop. And for the sake of those that don't understand what this workshop is about, the workshop is really among the board members. And we, at this workshop, we do open to the public like we do every other meeting. So can you imagine if we got into a dialogue with people, what would happen if we see what just took place now with just a one-sided, come on. It would be chaotic. It wouldn't even, so, yeah, we're here carrying on business like we usually do. And we will take all comments into consideration because they are important to us, because that's what drives our decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Just a comment, Chair Anderson. The first graduation is Jensen Beach, May 19th. The board would meet May 18th. So the reason I'm bringing that up is if there's anything more substantive than allowing them not to have the mask, just know that's the day before. So if that impacts your meeting time, I mean, it's one day before, so.
So one thing I would like to say is, we do have a master board scheduled on Friday, the 14th.
There's another insurance meeting, May 12th, where we're coming.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be us all together. But what I'm saying is, on May 14th, all of us will be together. Correct? No, now you're going to tell me to change that? No, we didn't change that.
We also have the meeting,
the auditor. Yeah.
to review the auditor.
The auditor, not the,
We
yeah.
do have some.
True.
We have time before that.
So I think that either of those, not an emergency meeting, Madam or Mr. Chair, whoever wants to take that one, but I think we could have a special meeting on either of those days with enough time to get the notice out for either of those. But I think maybe that gives you a little bit more time for the graduation piece so that we're not, but I do think that the way to handle it is to get almost like the pre-approval for an amendment to the reopening plan. Whatever that section, whatever that page number is to the reopening plan that deals with the safety protocol piece, so that you're looking at that piece, so that that's the piece that you would know that here you either have approval or you don't have approval, because you might be in a position where DOE, it doesn't matter what we say, if DOE isn't going to approve it on our reopening plan, it isn't going to make any difference what we do anyway.
Well, I really can't imagine DOE's not going to approve it, because DOE is the one that came down with the executive order. I mean, not DOE, but the governor, and Richard Corcoran came down with the letter. So I don't see how they're not going to approve whatever we decide to do, so.
Yeah, but you don't ever really know what their thinking is, so. But I mean, I'm just thinking that, if you knew ahead of time, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing, what's the turnaround, so that we knew that that was the turnaround. I mean, and that is the correct way to do it. The correct way to do it is to amend the reopening plan, because we really, that's the thing that everybody, and I would imagine that even the insurance consortium has our reopening plan and is relying on the reopening plan's protocols that are in the reopening plan, and to deviate outside of that without all the people and all the things lined up together would be an issue.
I think you also made a good point with the COVID liability law that passed. I think that was a big implication, a big thing that the insurance company was looking at.
Sure.
I mean, that's not the only thing, but I know that was a big thing, so that's all pretty new as well, so.
Sure. But I mean, I think that's enough time for things to settle, but I mean, I don't want to, it isn't going to do us any good if the night before a morning graduation, we approve something, and then it's like, oh, well, we got to wait for shrimp, and now we got to wait for DOE, and now we got to, and now we're like dead in the water.
Yeah,
so.
that's why I kind of wanted to bring it up to you.
Okay.
The 12th or the 14th, those are dates that might be on the calendar that we could, so it'd be.
So, Mr. or Madam Chair, could you all people in charge work with the superintendent to figure out how you're doing that, please?
Well, Mrs. Powers is listening on, and I'm sure she will. She understands fully what's going on here. We will do that.
I certainly will. I'm kind of leaning towards the 12th, but we will finalize that. I'll finalize that with the superintendent tomorrow, and we'll let everyone know.
Yeah, I agree. I think the sooner the better. If we can do the 12, let's do it.
Can I,
And actually, there is a text message from Jacob Oliva. Thank you, Jacob, that we can update our plan locally. So we do have that ability to do.
Right.
So.
Mrs. Powers, can I just ask a question? How long do you think the meeting will be? How much time do you think you'll be giving it? Do you have any idea?
Well, I would assume that we're going to. I don't think it should take too much time. I'm assuming that everyone will have time to have your conversations with the superintendent, understanding what your expectations are. Unless there is a huge disagreement on how we're going to move forward, I wouldn't expect that it's going to last very long, that item. And then we will have the reviewing the auditors, which I know we scheduled 3 hours, but I
think it's 4, Mrs. Powers.
It's 4 hours.
It's from 4 to 8.
I don't know that I don't know that it's going to take that long. So.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know, is it easier for you to go before the 4 o'clock or after the 4 o'clock? If we did it Tuesday?
8 o'clock then.
No.
Are you talking about on Friday?
No, if we did Tuesday, whether it's easier to do it before the 4 o'clock meeting, like if we did it at 3:30 or
Tuesday,
something.
are you talking about Wednesday when we're doing the auditors?
Yeah, Wednesday.
That would be
I mean, Wednesday and Tuesday are the same day in my head.
So it would be either before 4 o'clock or after 8 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I'm asking
Yeah.
Tony, what is,
Yeah, on Wednesday, it would probably be better for me on afterwards.
okay.
Yeah.
You got that, Marcia?
Got it.
So either of those would probably be after the 4 o'clock, because we can't do something before 9 o'clock on a Friday morning, right?
I don't mind.
Yeah, well, I'll still be in curlers then.
What our workshop on that Friday the 14th is from 9 until what?
4? 9 until 4, 7 hours,
Okay.
including lunch.
I mean, we could do it. Well, I would just prefer to do it the sooner the better, and then I don't like to do things on a Friday night. The public is less likely to be able to participate at that point. So we'll just plan on, and we can do a time certain as well. So we don't have to. We can stick it. We could take a break and have a 30-minute break and do that item too. We could do two and two and have something in the middle. So
Right, I think they've already gotten their, scheduled time for presentation. So however you work that out.
Can I,
yeah, we'll work on it tomorrow, and we'll let the board know and confirm that it works for everyone.
I just want to clarify what we're going to be talking about. The topic, is it graduation, or is it graduation and additional conversation about masks between now and the end of the year?
I think that is depending on what the superintendent comes back with. So personally, I'm looking for whatever we do through the end of the year, but specifically about graduation. And it may be two different things. It may be the, okay, yeah, we can't start taking masks off because, the recommendation from and I'm not guessing what he would say, maybe let's continue for another week, or these are the graduation kids, but especially the graduation kids that are not coming back into our schools after they graduate. So, I think that's the piece that.
No, I get that. I just wanted to know what the further discussion was on. Okay.
Right, and I know that there's a South Fork High School choral concert on the 19th, so that probably also needs to be specifically addressed if we're going to talk about the size of droplets and how far spit goes when you're singing. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, we're going to go ahead now and move on to district presentations and updates. We're going to now look at the ESSA funds with Superintendent Millay and our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Morrison.
I'm going to let Carter get us started, and we'll just start working through some of these. He'll give you the quick overview, and then we'll have our discussion with you. It's on. Can you upload it there? Yeah, upload it, it's fine. Give it just 1 minute, she's reattaching that. It was emailed all out, so.
Let life bloom, okay? So Marcia, do you and Mike have this spreadsheet?
It was emailed to board members this afternoon.
No, I do not.
Look in your email,
My
it came in your
answer-
email. I got it in my email this afternoon.
No, I don't have it right this second. I'm driving, but I'll be home in like 5 minutes. I'll look at my computer, or I'll be at where I'm going in 5 minutes.
Okay.
So if somebody emails it to me, that'd be great.
This email right
It was emailed.
Whose is this one right here?
Who is it from?
Who did I email it to?
It came from Tracy Miller. Wait, and I'll tell you the time. It came at 1:52 PM. Well, it came at 1:52 on my email. Who knows? You probably got it an hour earlier.
I have it, mine. No, I have mine. Mine's good.
Yeah, I will. I'll have to check when I get home. I've been in my car at 1:30, so I'll check as soon as I get back to my computer. But I'm fine moving forward with the discussion, and if I have any questions, I'll go back with I'll come back with the superintendent tomorrow.
Okay, don't hit anybody. Just saying.
Where are we going, email or Google Meet?
It's 18 pages, Marcia, but if you turn your phone sideways, it'll be easier to read.
Email address?
Yeah, I'll have Kevin hold the phone for me.
Oh, that's good.
I'm driving.
His password's password too, look. It doesn't let you use password as a password, just in case you're wondering.
Oh, you already tried?
I've tried it.
Oh, okay.
152.
Tracy.
Did you send it to him too?
Maybe this one.
Yep.
Is the Taxpayers Association here today? Nope. Would have thought they would have come. $6 million, $12 million.
Very presentation friendly.
So this ESSER money is like it's starting out at $12 million, correct?
Sure. It's, the interesting part about the ESSER's money is this 12 million piece, even though we signed the assurance, it has not been released to us. So what we're going to share with you is a breakdown of how the first round, how the reimbursement is, and the second round, which is ESSER's 2. We have not gotten the draw on that, and there's conversation that that might be greatly reduced. So a lot of the items we're going to show you, and then there's also what the American CARES Act from the president. That's coming. We don't have that either. So of what has actually been released, that's going to be in green, the first part right here. And that's what Carter's going to walk through, because a lot of that is reimbursement back to the general fund for the board. It's going to take things that started at the beginning of COVID and reimburse back, and things that have already been underway with this school year that the board can get reimbursed for. And then the second part, it's broken down in some different colors, and that's what Dr. Miller and I and other staff as needed will interject there. We're also going to talk about Port Salerno, because there's some strategies with Port Salerno and some of our other schools that address some of their performance issues on how we want to help them improve, because I know that's a huge priority to the Martin County School District and our board. So
Thank you.
yep. There's an expectation, though, that ESSER's could be cut in half, the ESSER's 2.
Yeah. I was just surprised that we didn't have, hopefully the Martin County Taxpayers Association is watching online, since.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, those in attendance today. The ESSER funds, as we discussed at the last budget workshop, there are two tranches of funds. The first one is the ESSER 2 funds, which was a $12.3 million allocation. When we presented it to you at the time, we said about 75% of it was what we were planning on, about $9 million, as Mrs. Roberts said. I believe we received some information from our ECTAC folks that may actually be half of what we thought it would be. Again, it has not been released to us, so what we have today is a spreadsheet that we've kind of prioritized, if you will, the expenses that we would like to charge to ESSER. An overarching element here is categorizing these funds in terms of priorities. The first priority, as you may be aware, is that we had the CARES 1 funds that we got last July, which is about $3.15 million. And as a result of trying to spend those funds, an amendment is coming forward to you at the next board meeting for about $1.4 million, which will pretty much spend out the CARES 1 funds. However, there were items that were in the CARES 1 funds that had to move over to what you're going to see today, ESSER 2. So as part of that, we are also showing you, for example, in this green priority in the first section here, these are dollars that will basically come out of the ESSER 2 funds before we kind of hit those other priorities, if that makes sense. So the first line item, go ahead.
So what you're saying, if I can understand this correctly, is because we've tapped out what we had in CARES 1, that some of these things in green are CARES 1 things that we've transferred to ESSER.
Yes.
And the question I have has to do with that second one about the charter schools' equitable share. That requires an MOU with MCEA?
No, that does not. That's the typo.
Okay, all right.
They get their pro rata share.
Yeah, okay, all right. I wanted to be
Yep.
clear on that. Thank you.
So the first one is the indirect cost that the district is allowed to charge. Our negotiated rate with the Florida Department of Education currently is at 5.22%. So right off the top, we deducted our portion of indirect costs, which will be revenue to the general fund over the period of the grant. You might recall last workshop, we just estimated, hey, we'll just do half of that for fiscal 21-22 at this point. As Mrs. Roberts talked about a little bit, the charter schools get their pro rata share of that fund, of those funds.
And if ours is reduced, theirs will be reduced.
They'll be reduced proportionately as well.
So some of these things, for instance, the digital instruction and learning, Dr. White, 1,000 teachers at 4 hours, has that been done, or is it not been done? I mean, you've got $100,000 that we're moving to ESSER 2, but have we actually done that work or not?
Mary White, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. It's continuing and ongoing.
So some of it has been done and some of it hasn't?
Correct. It's ongoing from spring break all the way through July 1st.
Okay, so that includes the things on page 1, correct,
Yes.
Carter?
Yes.
Also includes the things on page 2?
Before I jump to page 2, is there any questions on page 1 from any other board members?
Do you have a total for page 1? Did you do totals, or did you?
I didn't do totals by page. I did totals by the priority of the amounts that were coming out based on the reimbursement, some minor reimbursement to the general fund, the equitable share that you see there, the indirect cost, as well as the expectation from the board of summer programming and things of that nature.
Okay, so I guess what I'm looking at is, when I'm looking at the far right column, the first 2 and a third pages, all are CARES 1 projects that have been moved. Here, I can give you can you read a small one?
Yeah, you want this? Can I borrow this?
Have CARES 1 money that's been moved to ESSER 2.
Yes.
So I don't know, and then the next one is the things that the board has already approved for
Correct.
ESSER 2.
So on
Or
page-
anticipated, but those are two different,
Yes, we didn't subtotal them, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking. On page 4, we did put a total of $4.1 million.
okay.
So we didn't subtotal as we moved along because those were different priorities. So we could go back and say, okay, priority number 1, we can subtotal by priority number 1, which would be your grants, items that are required to happen. CARES 2, we could subtotal by CARES 2, which is projects that were moved from CARES 1 into ESSER 2,
Right.
and so forth down the list, which some of items number 3 were board approved or anticipated coming out of ESSER, such as summer school programming. But we did not subtotal by those categories, but we did give an overall total of $4.1 million, because at this point, we're planning on getting $4.5 million.
Yes. So I think the piece that's important to know, so if our money got cut to $4.1 million, then that means there is no additional CARES money, or no additional ESSER money. When in fact, if there are things, so take the first page, I just totaled page 1. Page 1 totals $1.8 million.
Right.
$1,807,793.10, right? But if we have not spent the entire $1,807,793.10, for instance, so let's just take Dr. White, since she's leaving the room, we can talk about her thing. So let's talk about that $100,000. If we've only spent $25,000 of the $100 for for PD for digital instruction, and we're rolling at the end of the year, right? Rather than spending so imagine if that's $100,000 and I don't know what the number is we've spent, but imagine if we've only spent 25, we might not want to spend the extra $75,000. we might want to spend half of that, part of that, et cetera, because we're at the end of that year as opposed to the beginning of that year. Or contrarily, if the number that we've spent on there is $95,000, then the remaining money that you could swoop from there, if you didn't continue that, is only $5,000. So I mean, I think that just looking at page 1, when I'm looking at 1.8, I think it's important to kind of know what of the 1.8 has actually been spent. I don't want to say encumbered, but I want to say actually spent out the door that we owe somebody for, as opposed to what money there still is something that we would then have the option. For instance, if we did not have ESSER, if we ran out of money in the ESSER 2 money, we wouldn't be rolling that CARES 1 project to ESSER 2. Is that correct, Dr. Miller? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think so. Thank you, Tracy Miller, Chief Academic Officer. What we did, knowing that we received an unexpected, to use your word, swoop, the department swooped back some funds from some of the grant funding that we received as a district. So literally overnight, there were districts across the state who lost funding in grants before the allocation period of the grant period was over. So in an effort to ensure that that doesn't happen with the CARES 1 funding, we took expenses that were allowable under CARES 1 that had already been paid from the general fund, and you'll receive an amendment at the next board meeting for $1.35 million, which is almost $1 million in COVID leave that was spent out of the general fund, and also for other items such as custodians or the actual cost of supplies for COVID. And so all of the projects that had already been board approved under CARES were moved from CARES. These were pre-approved projects, were moved right to ESSER funds. So Mrs. Roberts is correct that we took basically from pot A of money, moved it into pot B of money to avoid losing pot A, meaning the CARES funds. And so these projects are either underway, have already been advertised, or are in process. And to be able to say how much is accounted for at this point, we wouldn't be able to say how many hours had been spent as of this moment for each of these projects. So in other words, as teachers continue this work and record their hours and keep their time and effort logs, and we pay upon those, we don't have a way to tell you today exactly how much of, for example, that $100,000 has already been accounted for, but the project in its entirety is underway. So the way we tried to lay this out in terms of priorities was to indicate all of the things that had already been committed or promised or started or approved or required in terms of the private schools and also the indirect costs, and then be able to work through. So as money becomes freed up, so to speak, we would just move down the priority list and at the next item, so these things would get prioritized as we move down. So as funding becomes available, we would just go to the next fund. So if $95,000 becomes available of that $100,000, we'd go down the line to the next item and up to $95,000.
And I guess what I'm saying is, I'm not really feeling the love for that process. So for example, on page 2, where you've got graduation coaches, 204,200, which is for the year 21-22 for next year, and then you have it repeated, 204,200 for 22-23, right? And as you take things that are several years out, and you're just merely lining them up, like, well, this bucket is over, so now I'm going to throw it into the second bucket. If that bucket gets over, I'm going to move it to the next bucket. You may actually have things that are more important to be doing in a 21-22 year without saying, well, I'm going to save 204,200 for graduation coaches in a 22-23 year. So that process, I'm having issue with,
Kind of
I
like
guess.
just from like those issues, it's finding the ways to spend it that fit within the category. So those were, some of those items would have been in the general fund, but they're allowable to reimburse it. So it's, yes, you're exactly right. We could repurpose that, but that money qualifies to reimburse your general fund.
Sure. So
we
I
definitely could change
So I
that.
understand that, but here's the issue. So, and I know we've had this conversation before, that it's managing expectations. It's when we approve a budget and we tell a department head or somebody, hey, you've got $3 million in your budget, right? It almost creates the feeling that, well, it's in my budget. So I'm using it, it's in my budget. And then when we have Carter coming back, or you as the superintendent coming saying, let's look at the things that we haven't spent, there's a tendency to hold on to those things because those are in my budget, you know? And I'm concerned with things that we're holding for 22, 23. I realize they can be spent, for instance, in that category for a graduation coach. But at the same time, you may have a need that exceeds this piece that we would reimburse from here, and it would be better to not be using the reimbursement from here, because I would hate for us as a board to be in a position where it's like, yeah, so we're not going to do this because we've used up the money, without realizing that, yeah, we used up the money for things that are years out, that if you were weighing the two things against each other right now, you might not be doing that. I mean, so when you're holding something on your books, and you're holding an expense, a potential expense on your books, that this is a potential expense, I'm planning on spending it sometime in the future, it doesn't create a methodology to make intelligent decisions in the short term, because you've got things that you've committed into the long term. I'm looking more to Carter than I am.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying,
Yes.
Carter?
We could certainly, most of these are geared for the coming year, like they're underway in the coming year. We could certainly pull off those 22, 23s. It's like some of the strategies you're going to see for Port Salerno. There are 21, 22, which would be the coming year, and then 22, 23, if the money's there and if the priority is still there. But some of them are just listed that they could continue, not that they will.
Right, so for example, if I'm going to weigh this expense, this 200 against a Port Salerno expense, I might be opting for the Port Salerno expense instead of for this expense, you know? But if this is already in the hopper, kind of like, oh, no, it was in the list, and it's already been moved from CARES 1, and now it's in ESSER 2, you know, then it's kind of, then that you lose that mindset or that ability to think I can do something different than what I have here, because you think that your pot is smaller. Does that?
And I believe that's why we're here today. So we just, as a team, decided on a methodology to present. Obviously, it's up to the board during the workshop to give feedback and direction as to how you would like to go. I just wanted everyone to know the reason that we put things in the order that we did. We just literally moved what you had approved prior. So we didn't want to take away what you had approved and just dismiss your approval. It's here before you. If you'd like to change that priority, that's certainly what we're here to hear today. I'm sort of hearing that you're recommending that anything that is for multiple years be reduced to an initial year, meaning the following year, and that might be the direction that we're given here today to revamp and change, not change, but evaluate the numbers to be able to bring back more information.
I have a question about that, Lee.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask?
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, I think sometimes if you don't safeguard the money for specific things in the future, then that money's not there. So what you're asking is for them to put all of that money that they're budgeting out into next year's budget, right?
No,
So will they spend more money because of that and then not safeguard what they wanted to
No,
do in terms of
I'm
strategies?
not asking that. What I'm saying is that when we approved CARES funding, right? So I view CARES funding kind of like the windfall, okay? It's like a lottery win. We had a good lottery ticket, so here's money that we can do something with that's going to alleviate some financial stress, okay? So then you've created a plan to use up that money. Okay, so that using up that money has created things that you may say, oh, yeah, and it's going to go for multiple years, because I'm trying to hit a total. I'm trying to hit to land on a number, all right? Well, now when that is used up, and now I've got to roll to, now I've got to, at that point in time, when you use it up,
I think at that point in time, just like in your own personal checkbook, is the point in time when you reevaluate it. I've used up that money. It costs more for gas than I thought it was going to cost. It costs more for food than I thought it was going to cost. I have to reevaluate, do I want to continue eating filet, and this is a bad analogy, but do I want to continue driving this many miles, or do I want to do something a little bit different based on this new set of needs that I also have sitting here? Because this first set, I was trying to get a total and to arrive at a number. And so I think what I'm saying is that as you do this, much in the same way that you did the 5-year capital plan, I'm saying things that we've committed to, right? We committed to things, multiple year projects, thinking there was this pot of money, right? It's not to say that if we didn't have this pot of money, we would have committed to those multiple years. So we would have made a decision. If we only got half of the money, we would have only committed to this much of that, right? So in knowing that, it's kind of like this piece that's the 22-23 piece, that's more than a year away, I think has to be slotted separately. So when you're looking at that, you need to make a decision of, hey, whether it's Port Salerno, whether it's the graduation coaches, whatever it is, do I want to continue that or do I not want to continue that? I don't want to build an expectation, and I kind of look at it as I've talked to Dr. Millay with, that after a year, you get data on how well that worked, whether that was enough bang for your buck, whether you got a good ROI, whether that was something that you would invest money in. Or is it something that you wouldn't continue doing? So it's very easy to say, yeah, I would like to do this for 5 years out, right? But then in reality, every year you should be re-looking at it at some point in time to say, hey, I don't know, I didn't get enough bang for my buck there, I think I ought to be doing something different, and have the ability to shift instead of just having that, no, that money's locked in a closet, I'm not going anywhere near it. So what I'm saying is that as this page totals the 917,911, instead of totaling it to 917,911, I think the things that are the 22-23 year that are out should be moved and should be looked at as, yeah, we're going to evaluate the data, and here's some things that we've done in the past. It's not a brand new project like, say, Port Salerno would be, but here's something we've done in the past, and we need to evaluate at this point in time, this now, a year from now, whether this is something we want to do for 22-23 or not do for 22-23. That's,
I get what you're saying.
that's what I'm trying to
Thank you.
say.
Most of those will be broke out for you where you can easily see that. So if any of that you want to hold on or come back to it, of course, at the end of the year, if whatever your agreement is, anything that's 22-23, for instance, you look down Schoology, it clearly breaks out the coming year, but then it also budgets for the next year, and that would be like an example that we would not go on and budget. I mean, we would not contract for multi-years.
Right.
It's year by year, and you'll make that decision toward the end of the grant, but it just tries to have ways to spend the money in case we get this urgency from the state to pull it back all of a sudden, where like they did last time, we didn't get any notice. So, but yes, we tried to break it down that way. Some of it's just listed, that means it's now. Some things list 21, 22, and then some will be 22, 23.
Well, isn't that what they have to do? Kind of like, basically, you don't know what's ahead, but you kind of go on projections, and I think that, isn't that not where they are now? If it's necessary, then obviously you will pull some back. Am I right, or?
We can make any adjustment.
Well, that's where I want to manage the expectations, because if you don't manage those expectations up front, you end up with somebody thinking, oh, well, we committed to this. 3 years ago, you committed to this when the CARES 1 money was out here, and this is a leftover project from CARES 1 money that we continue to fund without the mindset of the, no, we do another budget next year, and as we do the other budget. So rather than have it as and it may end up in the whole presentation of that's where you do it, but as you're evaluating it, I think it's important to kind of look at, here's the stuff that kind of, from CARES 1, that pushes us not only through the COVID year of 2021, but pushes us through 21-22, which, remember, CARES 1 was really those 2 years. It's 2021 and 21-22.
So I almost feel like when you take something and you're labeling it as 22-23, correct? When you're labeling that 204, the 98,505 for 22-23, that never would have been in CARES 1 money, correct? Because my 2 years are over. So if my 2 years are over, that never would have been labeled as a CARES 1 thing I'm trying to transfer into ESSER 2. It's a continuation of a project that was approved for CARES 1 money. But if you only had CARES 1 money and you had unlimited CARES 1 money, you would not have the second 2042 and you would not have the 98,505, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Correct.
We would have been short on funding. So just to kind of say back to you, what I think the consensus of the board is that anything that is funded on a multi-year basis, we'll show it in the presentation, but after 1 year, we'll come back and reevaluate. A. B, on the page 16, going down, there are several projects that we were not able to fit into the funding. So those could also be reevaluated. Maybe those will be brought up into, for example, using up that 204,000. Maybe that's something that the board would want to look at to say, okay, we feel that should be prioritized. So what we're presenting today, again, is just what was approved in CARES 1 with some modification for continuation of programs that we felt were impactful. But yes, we'll bring that back after a year for consideration.
You want to kind of walk through those items a little bit that's on there, the rest?
So we're on page 2, I believe. And so the items that we have, as we've labeled in the priority, in the rightmost column, as project priority category 2, were items that were moved over from CARES 1 into the ESSER 2.
With the deletion
With
of
the
the
deletion
22.
of the 22, 23, when we go back, we'll amend those to take out anything that goes beyond 21, 22. On page 3. I just want to make sure we're on the same $40,000. The same thing applies for Edgenuity and for the transportation for students for academic events. Those were CARES 2 projects that we're moving over into ESSER 2. And then for the summer programming, based on re-engagement of students, trying to stop the COVID slide, those funds were earmarked. Again, we've got a 2-year estimate at that point. We will reduce that to show 1 year and bring that back for the board's consideration for funding for future years.
So ESSER 2 is for 2 years?
ESSER 2 it expires in 2023, yes.
But we thought we could get through one more summer.
Okay.
Through 23.
Right, okay.
Yes. It
So is
expires
this-
in September of 2023, to be precise.
Okay.
So Mrs. Roberts, would you like us, or the board, would you like us to keep 23 in for the summer school program, since that would be allowable for the 3 summers? Of the 2 years would encompass 3 summers, or do you want us to just take out 23?
Well, I think you know that you're going to do those summer programs, because we've been doing summer programs every year, so I don't see why that would be a problem to leave it there, the money there. The programming is what changes, but not necessarily providing the programming. Am I right?
Okay, so here's the trick is, so yeah, summer programming exists, but I don't want to build a false expectation that because, so imagine in the summer of 23, we've got the summer of 21 that's coming now. We've just signed MOUs that say, hey, an additional $9.25 up to $1,000 for anybody who wants to work in that, for this one summer, right?
Yep.
So when this is funded by ESSER 2, right, I could well imagine that all those people are going to be, even though we normally do summer programming, that whatever summer programming looks like next year, there's a mindset of, well, last year you used that money and you gave $1,000 per person to do this. So I'm really kind of okay with 2 summers, but but it's like it can't go forever, because if you go through 23 then, and then I think you've created an expectation where you come work at a summer reading camp, which we would normally have in a non-COVID year with the normal markup that we have, but now all of a sudden, and this is where Hillsborough got in trouble, because you had, let's call it grant money that funded something, and then the grant money went away, but you continued to say, hey, besides, we're past COVID, et cetera, but if you come to work in the summer, because of COVID, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, there's an extra $1,000 for you.
So you're saying not to list 23 then?
So I'm saying I would list the 2 summers and not list 23. So as a note,
We don't have to assume that the bonus is the next year either. The
No,
bonus
no,
is
you
this year
you don't,
only.
but I mean, I think that's the dangerous piece.
Right, this
When
year
you're assuming the bonus is there, when you're saying, hey, this cost me $300,000, and at $300,000 included the bonus, I could imagine that the teachers are gonna be like, hey, it's in your budget, it was in your budget last year.
No, this year only.
Not thinking that we may revamp what summer looks like next year, based on how well summer performs this year. And I go back to the middle school piece, if it really makes an impact on how well middle school does, if identifying the 25% that are of students that could use some assistance transitioning from 5th grade to 6th grade, if that makes a huge dent in 6th grade, it might be something, in the progress of children in 6th grade, it might be something that you say, hey, this is something that really has some value that we want to prioritize, that we want to do, to the extent where this other one that we did, maybe not so much, because we don't really need to do that, but it doesn't give us that conceived
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Not even
flexibility.
next year, not this summer, but the next summer, we may not even need quite the summer school we have this year. It may be
Right,
half.
right.
It may be just our titles, inviting others that want to do it. So it could easily be, it's like placeholders. I can assure you, we'll be very conservative.
Right.
Because there's another thing, anything we, like, you all were gracious and did reading, you shored up what usually isn't there for reading. If there's any way next year, monies we don't use, I mean, that's something that you might be able to help with math, because I know that's a big math adoption. So I totally hear what you're saying, just being careful with it.
So just for your numbers, Carter, when I total page 1, page 2, and the first 2 items on page 3, okay? And I take out the 2 things that were not CARES 1, right? My total is $2,482,998.60. $2,482,998.60. So that's the actual number of CARES 1 planning, right? That was approved by the board.
Yep.
That we're talking about rolling into ESSER 2. Correct? So now the second bucket, now I put aside those 2 numbers for the 22-23 year. The second bucket you're talking about are things that the board has approved for ESSER 2. But in saying that the board's approved it for ESSER 2, yes, we've approved summer school for ESSER 2. We did not approve summer school for ESSER 2 for 3 years.
So that number should be 300,000 per year, so that would be 1 year, 300,000.
Because that's,
Down from the 9.
theoretically, that's what we've approved. Now, we may go ahead and approve something else, whether it's at some point in time, but I mean, if you're really truly saying, this is what CARES 1 has moved to ESSER 2, this is what the board has approved for ESSER 2, the number that we've really approved is 300, correct?
Yes, that would be for year 1.
Okay.
And then the next item down for decision ed would then
Right.
become 200,000, which would be the year 1 cost.
Except on that one, I would argue that that one, because you get the second year at a discount if you prepay it.
Right.
Do you see that one, Victoria and Tony?
Which page are you on?
So on the third page, the first one that says Fisher.
Yes.
That's the Decision Ed Data Warehouse Analysis and Visualization Platform. So it's 200,000 for year 1, but there's a discount if you prepay year 2. So I kind of feel like that's what we approved as a board, so that's the commitment that we've made. We haven't made a commitment beyond that, but the commitment we made for that is 243,780. Does that make sense?
Okay, we'll take it.
Okay.
243,870. And this was for one, okay. So the item on the bottom of page 3, at least the bottom of my page 3, the $200,000.
What is
Oh,
that?
Moves to the next category.
Moves to the category of, oh, I see, I'm sorry. So we're in category 4.
So staff had, we thought we heard the board approve summer programming. And so we knew it was anticipated, you were expecting us to use ESSER funds to run summer school this year. We anticipated you would like it for next year, so that's why it was here for discussion. We did reduce that to 1 year. We did keep the 2 years per Mrs. Roberts' explanation of the Decision Ed. And then you can see we moved to kind of priority area 4 then, which would be previously encumbered, anticipated to be encumbered general fund expenses. So this is moving on to kind of the next wave of priority.
So let me ask you for a minute. What is this, Dr. Featherstone, extended day recovery of costs was anticipated to be covered by revenues? What is that?
So the extended day program, because we had to change the direction and allow only so many students and and we needed more employees to cover that cost because of social distancing. It was an increased cost and we didn't bring in the funds that we normally bring in. So it was just to balance that out.
Yeah, this year, yeah. Oh, no, I was just like, this
For
year.
this school year.
All those extended day kids, we had those staff under contract, but we didn't have near as many kids as you usually did with revenue.
So is that I'm asking Carter a question. Is that the actual deficit?
Yes, that's the projected deficit based on lost revenues, but when discussing this with the DOE, they said that ESSER or CARES money is not about revenues, it's more about cost. So
And that's why it has to be an actual cost.
The magic words were, it is the cost that we incurred anticipating that revenues would be generated to cover it, but we did not, obviously, because of teacher ratios, social distancing, those kinds of things.
Right, so it's the, if I looked at a profit and loss
Oh, they're upside
statement,
down, yes.
it's the profit, it's the negative piece of the profit and loss statement.
Yes.
Through the rest of this year is expected to be
And this
200,000.
impacts your general fund, yes.
Sure, okay. So that hasn't been approved to be in here yet, though,
No,
right?
This is bringing it forward.
But the one after it, the summer learning stipend, has been approved.
Yes, that's your MOU with your,
So I'm really adding 300,000, 243,70, 780, and 250 to get what we've approved, correct? I'm adding.
on the line item that says Fisher, I got 262,721. Where did I go wrong?
Oh, I didn't add the 19,021.
Yes.
I didn't do that. I just, because that's in year 3.
So that's 262,721.
That isn't a pre,
That's prepay for the server.
Okay.
My
You gotta have
understanding.
that for the.
I don't think that's, because if you're gonna add year 3, Carter, you have to add another 43,780. I believe the 43,780 is per year for year 2 and year 3. So if, I'm just doing year 1 and year 2 at 243,780.
243 and 1919.
Twice. That's 281,742.
So we're looking at 200, 43,700, and then 19,021
Twice.
and 19,021 for the two full years for server and product.
281,742.
Cost of the server that ET needs to purchase to configure to implement the solution. Cost of the server. So I'm adding 243,780 with two 19,021s? Is that what I'm doing?
Yes.
So I'm adding 38,042 to that?
At 281,742.
So I'm getting 281,822?
742. I can do it again. 200 plus my 43.
I'm only doing 2 years.
Right.
19021,
Plus 19021.
19022.
Plus my 19022.
281,822.
That's what I got.
What I got.
Is that what you got now? 281,822,
I must have gone around.
correct,
Oh,
Carter?
What's this number, 700 even?
Oh, that's an 8.
That's an, okay.
We had
you're
crossed
correct. Yep, we have a strike through the number, which is why we, yep, 281,822.
For
would be the
priority
number.
3.
So if I'm looking at this list of numbers of ESSER 2 that's been approved, I'm getting 731,822, correct?
Which would be my, yep,
Plus
that's
this,
5 plus my
plus
200,
plus
plus my
250.
250 there.
Correct?
What was that number?
What was it? Run that number again, Mrs. Roberts?
Hang on a minute.
250.
Plus
Two-
my,
731,822.
200. 43, 780.
No.
19021, 19021, 300.
Oops.
300.
841, 822, what you got?
31.
841?
731,822.
You're doing the 40,000 at top, the 20,000,
I'm doing.
300,000?
I'm doing 200,000, in that one for Fisher, I'm doing 200,000 plus 43,780 plus two 19,021s.
Right. That's 281, 822.
281,822, then I'm
Right.
adding 200,000 to that,
Yep.
Underneath it.
and then I'm adding 250 to that.
What about the top of the 300?
300
What
for
about the
summer school.
300? for
Up
summer
above
school?
it, everything above.
Oh, and
this
300, yes.
one. So I was adding the three white up top. The
So I
40, the
get
20.
1,031,822,
Check.
correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Measure twice and cut once.
Yep.
Do you wanna
Got
cover
it.
These are just capital buy, so
Yes.
capital buyback. That
Yep.
would be
So
APR.
the items in yellow on item, page number 4, let me back up. So on the bottom, on the top of page 4, we've kind of run out of money, as you can see, with the 4 million at this point. Let me get to the next page.
So hang on a second. So your total there, instead of being 4,164,000, should be 3,514,820
So, 1, 0, 3,
and 60 cents.
so 3.5 million.
Yeah. Okay?
Okay. Yep.
This would be,
And then the rest of it on page 4s through page 5 in the yellow. Those are capital expenses. Those are expenses that came from the capital funds for purchasing technology, hotspots, those kinds of things that were charged to capital funds, which we are proposing that we move to ARP ESSER
Right,
when that comes.
right, that makes sense.
placeholder.
So this is just a placeholder.
And those are all, so all the things that are yellow,
Mhm.
those 8 items that are yellow are things that have already been expended,
Yes,
that is out of capital,
yes,
that we can reimburse
If we get it.
from,
from the proposed 20 million. If it ever becomes 20 million.
right. Otherwise, if it doesn't become that, it sits in capital.
It's in capital.
Okay, so the yellow things are completely separate. They just
Yeah.
kind of sit over there on the side and are just sitting there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But presenting before the board, so when money does come available, we are
Sure.
tracking those expenses, so
Sure.
we're ready to roll as soon as
Sure.
we're given an application.
Pink one.
So now we're moving on to the next priority, which we've just labeled Priority 5. These are items that are typical general fund budgeted expenses. So when Carter prepares the general fund that he's been speaking with you about at each budget workshop, these are items that, if approved, would go into that general fund. However, they can be categorized as ESSER funds according to the language that we have as of right now. And so this is where I think Dr. Millet wanted to talk about new projects. This would be new asks, new budgeted items that would be general fund, but could be ESSER funds.
Correct, I understand that.
So there's no savings because it would be a brand-new initiative.
So this is things that if there were no ESSER funds, these would be things that at a budget workshop, theoretically, Carter, we would be looking at a budget workshop for initiatives or things that we would want to do that would be coming from the general fund. But because we have because we have a potential to get ESSER funds, we would expect that from the ESSER 2 funds, the only thing I've spent so far is $3.5 million. So if I only get $3.5 million from ESSER 2, I know what ESSER 2 is paying for.
Correct.
At the point in time that I get, say, $4.5 million, right, I have an extra $1 million that could be used to fund things that would be things that we would take out of the general fund, but we have money available to do it, right? And so now Dr. Millay is going to talk? Is that correct?
Yeah, these that are in the blue with the pink, is that right, Tracy? The blue with the pink, those would be items that we plan on playing with ESSER, and we'd have to make a decision on what we would do. I mean, because they're so impactful, because it adds up. They're good ways to spend to see if we make a difference on interventions and things you'd want to do as a district. So we'll just talk through some of them. Let me just first give you a quick heads up on Port Salerno. So I want to thank their principal, Alyssa.
Bless you.
Thank their principal, Alyssa, here, that's with us tonight, and one of her great assistants, Lauren. They're here if there was a question, but we've spent a lot of the last several months. I wanted to get a real good look at what was going on at Port Salerno. There's been a lot of, over the last, say, 8 years, the population's increased minority. The only reason I bring that up is there's more need at the school. The score is not, not where they would like it to be for first and foremost. That the legacy they want to leave at that school is improvement, and they can all both agree on that. They want that above the 300 designation more than anybody. I feel the urgency there. So we just really want to understand what was the instructional health of the school, what's the management of the school, and then what are the needs of the school, and then the capacity of the leadership. So we assembled teams between 12 and 15 each time that we went out there on at least 4 visits. I've been out there more than that, but 4 to 5 visits that we had comprehensively were teams, and it was, again, people from, it was their leadership team and some people that the principal felt important, their instructional coaches and some of their special ed people. But we brought people in from our special ed department. We even brought some people in from facilities and risk, personnel, just a whole comprehensive look, of course, instruction. But those 15 people, every time we went, they did at least 4 observations. So we really made sure over the course of 4 to 5 visits at the school different days that we saw the entire school, and the focus was just reading. So there was over 250 observations, and each time we would leave, before that group would leave, we would report out about an hour. What were some common points? What were some of the positives, say, that we saw that seemed to be best practice? And if we kept seeing those, we would keep circling them. So over the last couple months, we kept seeing some patterns, and then we saw some patterns that would be helpful for the school, that we work with them. So I've since met with Dr. Featherstone and Dr. Miller and myself. We've met additionally beyond that larger committee. I've also met many times with the principal. So with that in mind, I want to talk about some strategies here that Port Salerno is unique in that that's our greatest school of need right now, but you're going to see some strategies for Warfield that we think, I mean, it's a similar type population. There are some things of prevention when we get into the VPK, some all-day 4-year-old programs that would be there. And anything that you might see here, I like how you were talking about looking at the money and be careful, because some of these strategies that you see, if we wanted to take any one of these, and that's the discussion we have, or you all can come back in a month or two, we could also do some of these strategies at Warfield, or if we wanted to take a piece of component and do it at JB Parker. So that would be, some of that you can kind of double it or triple it or take components. So let's just walk through a few of these items. First, part of the district with retention and recruitment, so we'll just kind of walk through these. The school overall, those children, the board's providing, you're going to have that comprehensive, scientifically proven curriculum next year. if we're going to do it with Fidelity, we're agreeing on that. The school's excited about that. So in with the reading plan, that's the what. So the next part is who and how long. The kids need more time. I mean, that's a big piece. Being a low 300, they get more time, but they really need more time with adults working with them. I mean, that's a key thing. So in the grades 1, 2, and 3, looking at how they may have to change their master schedule, it's always hard to add paraprofessionals there. I mean, it's just hard to find in Martin County. There's a lot of the job competition. It's just hard to get good people to stay. We know we will always need good extra teachers. So there's a strategy there of when they do the reading, the small group components of the new reading plan, that we would try to have more adults in the room. So that would be like 2 certified teachers. So imagine on any given block, the first hour of instruction, say that's at 8 to 9, there would be 2 teachers for about a 30-minute block go into 2 of the first grade classrooms, for instance. So they're spending 30 minutes when the teacher's giving some instruction. They're working with the kids one-on-one with small groups, giving that one-on-one attention. And those teachers hopefully will stay at the school, but down the road, if we ever did need them or the school added positions, somebody left, we're training some people that understand those types of students. And those teachers, those, I would say, new teachers that would do this program, they're probably new out of college. They're learning from some of our most experienced people when they get to visit classrooms. So that's just 2 additional teachers that would primarily support first, second, and third, and 2 additional paras, which would be, so in the kindergarten, say she has 8 kindergarten classrooms. Right now, the school has limited support of any extra assistance. So 2 paraprofessionals would work on a schedule, say 45 minutes each, to make sure they're in there when the teacher is doing some of that one-on-one time, the skill, the drill. I would say it's more the drill, but that one-on-one to get it, this whole model is more on prevention, as opposed, there's an intervention piece, but it's really trying to get some prevention going on to get kids reading and help. So you see some money for those 2 teachers, what they're based for. That would be benefits. So it's like, if it was for 1 year, those 2 teachers, it's $130,000. If it's 2 paraprofessionals at 30, that might be high, but that includes all benefits. So it could be less. So 2 teachers, 2 paras working across kindergarten through 3rd grade, basically, that's the cost per year. So if it works and the money's there and we want to do it a second year, you could. So that's one piece to give the extra time and support those kids will need in reading. This other position that's underneath it, it's called Prevention Intervention Specialist. We could probably rename it, but you have a job description. Did you want to interject something?
No, I'm waiting
Okay.
I can wait till you.
Sure. We're only using that because you have a job description. What they do will be a little bit different, but if you can kind of imagine, they have the parent resource program outside that school. And Alcira? She's a good example. She is a fantastic Hispanic worker there that knows those families, and she's helping with extra resources for parents. This position is a person like her within the school. So it would be that extra liaison for that large population, Hispanic population, about 80%, that doing a little different, that we actually would look at the instruction that's going on in the room, making sure moms and dads know the types of things that the teacher needs them to do to be successful in that classroom. So it's someone that could help bridge that piece, not just, and there's a piece on homework we're going to talk about more. There's going to be there's a lot of things on how much homework you give to a school. They probably need more practice, but just to give homework, that's not effective. But practicing words or a small set of vocabulary, particular, could be a huge impact of that school, and having that type of person working with the school administration, the teacher, getting the word out in ways that those parents understand it and get it, and like that's something that you would need to do. So that person, it's basically like some of the people that work these PIP programs. That's about an average of what they cost. Of course, in that amount's the $6,500 for the insurance and the retirement and all those things. So it's about the cost of a teacher for extended days. I think, was it $227 the days, Dr. Miller, or something like that?
216.
216. So it's a person that kind of starts before school, a little bit after, to help them get ready and help make connections with parents. And then, let's move, okay.
Before you go on
Sure.
with that, so you're talking about 8 kindergarten classes. How many first, how many second, and how many third? Just so I kind of understand this.
Well, that's basically, she's projecting about 8 per grade level. That's been the history of the school. COVID had they get a little turn, so that's just, if that's what the numbers are. Kindergarten enrollment was a little down this year.
Okay.
Dr. Featherstone, looking at how they've kind of trended there, we're estimating it might be up this year. So it's one of those things.
So if you're saying that you have 8 first grade, 8 second grade, and 8 third grade classes, correct? Then that's 24. 8 times 3 is 24. It means that I'm hiring one person to assist with 12 classes?
Well, keep in mind what they're going to be doing at that.
I
So
understand that.
About yeah, well, there's other staff that they're using. They'll have to use some of their current staff that they have, but just say that 12, if you have 6 blocks, 6-hour blocks,
Right.
every hour, say they're doing about 30-minute blocks with the classroom. So that person's in with the classroom 2 per hour, so there's your 12. 12 and 12 is 24. They are busy, they are on a mission to work with kids in small reading groups. That's what they're doing. They're not wasting time. It's very prescriptive in a very prescriptive reading program of what they'll be doing. So when those kids are in small reading groups, there's 2 adults in that room at minimum that's going to be doing small groups with kids.
Right, so I'm understanding that, and I guess I'm looking to Victoria as an elementary school principal to say, I'm thinking it's not enough. I'm
Well, we
thinking
can
that.
always do extra. That's-
No, but I mean, I'm thinking that if you had, so if I have kindergarten first and second, or first, second, and third grade, let's not even worry about the kindergarten, first, second, and third grade, and I've got 8 of each classes, I've got 24 classes, right? And I want to hire a live human being, let's say Mr. Anderson, to assist in 12 of those, to be going half an hour, half an hour, half an hour. Am I better off saying, no, I don't want to do that. I want to have 3 of them so that I've really got a first grade, a second grade, and a third grade person. So he's hired as a first grade person. I'm hired as a second grade person. Ginger's hired as a third grade person, and kind of knowing that this is my assistant. So what the piece that I'm doing, I'm replicating over and over during the day, but I'm doing it for my particular grade level, which I would imagine I would get pretty good at if everybody's on the same ELA page, same everything else.
Well, ideally, you double it.
Huh?
Ideally, what I was used to, you would double that time. I'm used to when you would have, the program I've set up to improve a school, you would have the teacher in the room and 2 other adults. Typically, they were fantastic paraprofessionals. We can't find them. So ideally, you wouldn't have 2, you'd have 4. And during those reading groups, those 30-minute blocks, you have 3 adults in there. You're not leaving, you have a group of 8, and there's 8 independent. So everybody then gets read with. I mean, that's the ideal where more would be great.
So I'm kind of looking at the cost of those 2 line items, right? Is $265, right? And I'm kind of feeling like so let's say you add the 2 additional ones, right? I mean, I really think in order to make the impact and do what we need to do, we need to, and this may not be the model that you would then replicate at whether it's JBE or Warfield or whatever. But I think in this particular case, if you took this model at the 265, added another 130 to it and said, here, let's do 4 teachers. Let's get 4 extra teachers there, which means that I've got an extra teacher for every 6 classes. I've got 6 classes here, and I've got an extra human being that's assisting those with the small reading block piece. I mean, I don't think adding the 130 to it, I mean, it's a lot cheaper than I would have thought it would have been. I mean, so you're looking at $400,000. So with the 400, and realizing that results don't come.
Well, 130, yeah, you had 265 and 130, you're at 395.
Well, I rounded an
Yep.
extra 5,000 to to be, but,
Yep.
yeah.
You're usually like right on the mark, though, that's
Yeah,
the question.
yeah, I'm just kind of rounding to the nearest 100,000. But I'm just thinking that if we look at that as a 395 number, that in the particular case of Port Salerno, that 395, that's the number that I would be more willing to support. I mean, yeah, I'd support the 265 in a heartbeat, but 395 is I think, making a statement. Yes, Carter?
Move it up on the priority list?
What is that? Does that?
You know what? I really applaud you for that, and I'm sure the superintendent and the teachers also, because sometimes it's so hard at this level for people to really understand. That is where a big need is. And you're right. We're not talking about equality here. We're talking about equity.
Yeah.
And you look at the situation, and you're right on the mark, and I couldn't say it better. So we can do that. I'm sure they would appreciate it. And what Dr. Millay said is important too. There's some intervention there, but we're looking at prevention, and preventative maintenance is the key. And if we get the right people there, we can do that. And that's where we want to be.
This is one-time money, so if we can make that happen for, 1 year at a time, but if it happens for 2 years, I know it will help. There's no way it will hurt. But just say these extra teachers, it's like, well, what would happen if the economy tanks, or, well, those people, we will always have attrition out in the
Sure.
district. So if we ever had to absorb those teachers, what would they be? They would be qualified teachers that have been working around a tough, a vulnerable group. I won't say tough, they're fantastic. It's a vulnerable group that needs more time. So whether they stayed in that school long-term or they moved out to any other school, the need's going to be there to have good, highly trained people.
And I'm thinking that we may actually have in our, I know that Dr. White, when you run those reading camps piece, that you're identifying exactly who you want to be running those, because you know exactly who those people are. And I'm thinking that in some cases, you may have teachers on staff right now that this would be something that would be a true calling for them. So it's not running out and trying to beat the bushes necessarily to find 4 additional people. You may have someone who's like, that's something that, this is my passion, I can really make a difference, and this is somewhere that I would, I'll leave my old school and come and do this. Or I'll move from my position in the current school, like I'm a 4th grade teacher, but this is something I think that, instead of dealing with all of these other pieces, if I could just deal with the literacy piece and just deal with this, this
It's
function
everything.
here.
That's why we're going to go back and look at math. I mean, not that math, but there's going to be some similarities, but this is just looking at the reading. But when you impact that, you change everything. I mean, it changes everything.
Can I ask a question, Tracy? So, and I think Lee's point, is well taken. My question is, did you not ask for 3, 1 for each grade level, because you were being conservative or because you were looking to use money elsewhere?
This is a starting point. We just have things listed here grouped. This is exactly the kind of conversation we had hoped to be able to share the concept after being out in the schools, to see what was needed and then to expand upon this. So what we're hearing, and Carter and I are kind of listening and moving, is we hear that those 2 items would move up to a priority 3. So in other words, they would move up to the bare minimum, like this is something that would absolutely be a board expectation for next year as part of the first group of funding, which would bring us to 3.9 million. And we do know that we still have a little bit of wiggle room, because if the funds were cut, we wouldn't have as many we wouldn't have as much cost for indirect costs and for the charters.
Okay.
So there's still room, even if our
There's
money
more.
is cut way down.
So you're adding those 2, you're moving those 2 and adding them to the 3.5 million?
Yep.
Is that what you're doing?
If that's the pleasure of the board, yes.
To the priority.
351 for 820 is where we were before.
820.60,
Oh.
yeah.
60 cents.
And you're
then
moving that to,
I'm adding the 395,000.
I'm okay with that. I mean, what do you guys think?
No, I'm fine with that, yeah.
I think so we're giving it the same level of importance that we're giving money from CARES 1 that we've transferred to ESSER 2. That's what we're doing.
Can I have you flip the page? We're going to come back to those items, but while we're talking Warfield, something got pushed down. Go to the next page, to the top of page 7, because there's a little more. This shows Port Salerno and Warfield. Now, you could divide this in half and just do Port Salerno, but that population that we're talking about that's needing more help, that's historically, we've been wanting to serve in a better, more equitable way, as Mr. Anderson was saying.
Where are you?
I'm on the top of page 7.
Okay.
It says
Sorry.
Malay pre-K expansion. This would be conceptualized, right now, we serve our Head Start kids all day, but then in our 4-year-olds, so 3-year-olds are getting all day, Head Start. 4-year-olds are basically, a lot of them are getting half, but then we do all-day K. This would make sure we have 2 additional teachers, they'd be certified, doing pre-K expansion at Warfield and Port Salerno for the 4-year-olds full-day program. So 4 teachers with the pre-K3 certification preferred and 4 paraprofessionals. There's room and materials at Port Salerno for both of those. I verified it with both principals and the Jennifer Corcoran that they could make this work. But basically the cost, there would be some reimbursement with VPK. So when you look at the cost, the staffing, it's like 380, but when you look at what the VPK reimbursement would be, it's going to cost us a little bit more because we want to use pre-K teachers.
So
And
how,
those-
so how many kids are we talking about at?
You're talking about 40 at each. Isn't it about 20 per VPK room? So 20 so you got 20 kids, so 40 kids at Port Salerno, 40 at Warfield. That would be like probably one of the bigger prevention things we could use. But you do get a reimbursement. So even though it costs 380, with the VPK reimbursement, it would
180
cost
reimbursement,
200.
it's 200.
But it's really giving all those students all day. The parents, if we can get them in there, they could stay all day 3, all day 4, and 5. And hopefully those readiness skills will be more where they're supposed to be, where we would hope they would be, so they're not falling behind in kindergarten.
How
and first-
difficult it is to get the certified teachers, do you know?
Well, I know she had, just a strategy she had shared, and I don't want to, she could probably elaborate, but there's some teachers on staff that we have, there's a few that have that special certification. And if you have a K6 teacher, I forget the certification level,
K6.
and we wanted to put them in there, they would have to get that little special,
Right.
because there are some things, but this is a good time of the year that we could try to
Right.
get some and
Right.
recruit some. There are people that want to go into that have been going into it, so there could be a few existing staff we want to move,
Okay, good,
so.
thank you.
So really, your net cost isn't 200,000 because your reimbursement of the 252720 times 80, Carter, is 202,176. So really, I mean, I think it's a good way to leverage money. You know, it's a $400,000 program that we're, less than 400,000, that we're getting more than half of it back from another source.
Yeah.
Did you do that math? So whoever
We
did.
did, we also considered that not every student might have access to their voucher, and also we might have students, we might not have full classes, so we would still have to pay for the teacher, so we were conservative on how much we might get back for reimbursement. And then the other piece that we didn't consider is supplies for those classrooms. So kind of the estimate in general for that project would be about 200,000 a year for the 4 classes, 2 at each site.
So if that be the pleasure of the board, if we're working with a potential budget of 4.5 million even, and you were to, we're right now $590,000 away from that number. So this could be moved up to a priority 3. So-
And my feeling is that, and not that I'm making judgment on the importance of Warfield and the importance of Port Salerno, but my feeling would be to break that into 2 pieces and to move the Port Salerno piece to priority 3 and leave the Warfield piece in priority 5. So leave the Warfield piece where it's sitting on here. And kind of like, you know, obviously if we get more money in ESSER 2 than the 4.5 million, you have money to do something with, but kind of figure, okay, I want to be sure that I'm, you know, I mean, I think it comes back to what you've said, you know, it's an equity issue. And I think in addressing an equity issue, these are both starting in priority 5. And not that I want to leave somebody behind, but at the same time, it's kind of like, you know, and it may move to the top of the list in priority 5. But I would rather, instead of just,
I don't want to just keep loading everything into priority 3.
Sure.
And then end up in a position where, oh, we don't get 4.5 million, we got 4 million.
Right.
And now we've got to go back and try to shave money off of it. You know, I kind of, does that
Point taken.
make sense?
It does, and what we're sharing as well is, these are all estimates based upon an average salary, so if we have someone who's super experienced, obviously it would cost more, someone who's less experienced would cost less, and also we're just trying to create that priority list, so appreciate hearing Port Salerno would be up here, another one would be here, because when we do receive the official ESSER word, if you will, what we anticipate hearing is the amount of money that can be spent per category. So we're hearing preliminarily that we'll be told how much can be spent for different priorities. So then again, we would have to go down the board's priority list until we run out of money in the categories that are assigned to us from DOE. So hearing the priorities is important for us so that we can just go right through the list whenever we find out what the parameters are that we have to work within.
Right. So moving that piece, if we move that piece, that puts us at 4 million in priority 3.
Are you doing the entire 200 or?
No, I'm doing half of it. I'm just taking Port Salerno.
The difference, yeah.
So that moves it to 400.
That 4
And
million, yes.
4 million. And I would rather stop priority 3 at 4 million. Just so that, because otherwise, if we try to, I mean, we're guessing at this point. If we guess and sit there and say, let's go to 4.5, and then they come back and say it's really 4,
Right.
then we're screwed,
Sure.
you know?
Yeah.
But if we stop it at 4, it doesn't mean, I mean, if we got 4.5, it just means we go to the next list.
Right.
But rather than load because otherwise we could make priority 3 $8 million.
Yeah.
And then be back talking about it all over again.
Right, right.
No,
So does that make sense?
Yep.
Carter, does that make sense?
So, can I ask a question?
You're still there. Hi.
This is Marcia. Can you hear me?
Yes?
Hello? Yes. So I'm just curious, at Port Salerno Elementary and Warfield Elementary, what's the wait list for BPK?
I don't know whether anybody has that right here, but I think at the same time, Marcia,
She's at 31.
31 at Port Salerno.
Well, I'm just curious, you know, and that's something that we have to evaluate, and something that we find is that just because you say you're going to do it, so doesn't mean they're going to come.
Right.
So
Correct.
in this plan has to be a way to recruit parents to come to the program and be able to drop their children off and participate without having to come back at a certain hour during the day and pick up their kids.
Yeah, all day.
So I understand the full day, but it really needs to be like a real full day, like until 5 o'clock.
I totally agree, because that's another part we were talking. You hit the nail on the head. A lot of these parents what I've heard in talking with some of the people like them that would know, they would like to take advantage of a half, but they have to work the rest of the day. Well, really, just another till 3 doesn't help them either, because they typically do work till 5, so they do need that. They need the full day plus the wraparound. But that's the only way they're going to be able to do it. So you're exactly right, and I think that person, that prevention interventionist, that, you know, trying very hard to find a person that can relate, a person similar to Alcira, that could really help recruit and be on and talk really frankly to those moms and dads to help them, to get them signed up, to get them in. But it would start, there's a big recruitment area, Ms. Powers.
And I almost feel like, Marcia, that prevention intervention specialist who's working the 216 days, that's a key piece that goes with this. So as we move, so just imagine if we're saying that this piece goes to the priority 3 list, and now I've got a Warfield piece that I know is 100,000 that's sitting at priority 5, I think we need to be adding the additional prevention intervention person to that, because I think those things are linked together. So I think that as we are able to tap into priority 5 money and pull the 100,000, and I'm willing to say that this 100,000, this piece, should be at the top of a priority 5, mainly because it's leveraged money, you know? So if we move this, the Warfield piece, to the top of priority 5, which, what that really means is, if we got funded for anything more than 4 million, we've immediately picked up the Warfield piece. But I think we should pick up the Warfield piece with the 100,000 and the 75,000 for the PIP person, so that at Warfield you have those two pieces that are running together. Does that make sense?
Yes, the one that we would try to have at Port Salerno, she could be, or he could be a resource to Warfield, just knowing the priorities is Port Salerno, but they would benefit from such a person helping them, so.
Yeah, but I
We used to have a person in Indiantown doing that, and I know that kind of went by the wayside, but I'm just concerned about, number one, about people actually utilizing the program, because I know that we've made a lot of efforts to recruit in both Port Salerno and in Indiantown. There just seems to be a resistance, so I think we need to we've got to do a better job of recruiting families, because from what I understood, there's not a lot of kids willing to participate in the program in either of those communities. I think Port Salerno more so than Indiantown, so I just want to make sure that we're getting the kids in the seats that need it.
And I think what we should be doing, instead of saying we're opening 2 classrooms, come if you want, right? We should be saying we have capacity to do up to 2 classrooms with 40 students. You know, it's 20 students in each class. But if we only have 21 students, we're opening 1 classroom and putting 1 child on a wait list. If we have 24 students, we're opening 1 classroom with 4 students on the wait list. And there needs to be a determination by someone as to at what number do you go to 2 classes. It's obviously not 21.
Right.
Because if your normal ratio is 20 kids per class, you would not say, well, just because I have the money, I'm going to open 2 and put 11 people in each class. You know what I mean?
It would just as practical, it would likely be a number over 5, knowing that you could just split the class. If you had 25 students, once you got 25, you could say they're each going to take 12 to 13, which would be a low ratio. That would be an ideal thing, but they can have up to 20. We just have to really recruit.
Right, but do you understand what I'm saying? If I only get 22 people signing up,
Right.
I mean, I think there needs to be a number at which, hey, the first X number, you know, if the first 20 that we get, we're going to have a class. The first, whether it's 26, the first 26 we get, we will have 2 classes. But if we only get 20, we're opening 1 class. If we get 26, we'll open 2 classes, and we can take another 14 more. But I think there needs to be that kind of thinking so that we're not, does that make sense?
One at a time, right.
Yes, we understood the message that just because it's in the budget doesn't mean we're going to spend it.
Right, but at the same time, I don't want to say you've got to fully get, in either school, either Port Salerno or Warfield, I'm not saying keep 18 kids on a wait list waiting for the next 2 to come in. You know, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if you only have 1 over the number or 2 over the number, it doesn't mean, hey, go ahead and open another class and we'll deal with it later, because then I think that's not as wise.
Right.
Fiscally responsible.
Yes.
But I also want to remind, we really need to check on the DCF requirements for 4-year-olds as well at Port Salerno. And I mean, if those classrooms are going to open up in the fall for 4-year-olds for a full day program, because depending on what those requirements are, because I think there are some, because we've been running into that 4-year-olds not being able to participate in any kind of extended day.
I remember you saying something about that. I made a note last time we met, Ms. Powers, and when I met with Ms. Corcoran, I shared that. I said, Ms. Powers had shared there's several little criteria, and she started naming some of those things. So she's on that, so we are going to make sure we investigate all that. She's kind of already on that.
Thank you.
So,
And we can also recruit from our Head Start programs as well. So if there's Head Start children, they'll get the wraparound care from Head Start, and we would collect the DPK stipend, the DPK portion of the reimbursement. And I definitely would not want to compromise on the certified teacher piece. If we're going to do this and do it very well, I would not want to compromise on that.
We agree.
So every community, and what I mean by that, the little Port Salerno, Warfield, Jensen Beach, or what have you, they have what I call key people that are there, that are movers and shakers. They are good communicators. They are people that the folks in that area respect. Like, for instance, if there was something that I really needed to get out there and get it really important, living in the Port Salerno area, they're just key people that I know that's similar to the lady y'all just described. You know the people, and they respect her. These are the people you would want to talk to. It's all about communication and connection. And a lot of times, things are lacking simply because there's just not good communications, or you don't have the right people making the connections. And so apparently there's a need there, and I think that we can make this thing happen, but we got to get the right people to get the word out there, and I think it'll go. I really do.
Yeah, our big priority will be fill those 2 classes and get the word out, get the intervention person hired to really beat that drum with Jennifer and their staff. And if we want to go back just for a minute, or on that page 6, we'll go through some of those other items. There was a position, this could be an extra, but one area, like Dr. Miller had said, on this grant, it talks about categorical spending, about barriers, finding kids that are not in school. We won't be able to get around that. The only reason why we put a school psychologist, sometimes some of these different counselors, behavior counselors, we can't really find them, but I've talked with Lisa Estevez for about the same money, really. I've met with one of the local judges that I had a great meeting. He was requesting a strategy. He's having a lot of elementary and maybe middle school kids that in the courts to really help serve on giving him a lot of recommendations on plans, education type questions that he would have, things that would work. So that was a portion that he was asking us for us to strongly look at. It also happens to be something the commissioner says we need to do, follow up. So that was the only reason. That was just for 1 year. It could even be a half position if we needed to be the money, but that type of person, sometimes in our school psychologist department down the road, they retire, they leave, so you kind of, if the money runs out, if it's one of those strategies that worked, we could do it. We could keep it going if it was a budget priority, but if not, it could certainly go away. But that person could help in a lot of different areas, but the focus would be paying for them at that point. There was the back-to-school type speaker. Honestly, that part would be, my goal would be to find this out with donations. But I think that's important. We're going to try to do something for the entire school district. We need to get on it, where we either break the district up in 2 pieces at the start of school to have that good message, whether we get all of our elementary staff and maybe the middle and high, or if we have to break it up into 3, where we have that good beginning of the year message, where I'm having conversation in some of our district office, just kind of bonding, having that focus for the year. So that's just something we put in there, but the goal would be to not have that money.
So one thing I'd like to share on that, and Ginger might remember this better than I do, but so in having discussions with some teachers, high school teachers, and I believe it was Martin County High School, there was a discussion that at one point they did a back-to-school program, motivational program, and they used a panel of students. They had a panel of students that did a presentation, and then took questions and answers, what motivates them, what, that type of thing. And the feedback that I heard from the teachers was that that was the best back-to-school thing that they had ever heard. That it was the best, and I don't know whether it was a short budget year or what the story was or why it was done differently, but their reflection was oftentimes you have teachers who are checking their phone and they're there for the first however long and then they start to zone out, but that their recollection of that event was that the teachers who were there were truly captivated and were engaged with those students. Do you know anything about that?
If I recall correctly, I believe it was when they had students talking about what engaged them in school and the why and what the reason was for being students at Martin County High School. And yeah, it was honest, it was transparent, and I believe it was very well received.
So just as I'm not telling anybody how to do their job, but just as some feedback, I do know that I've heard from several people that was,
You're spot on, because that more, say we had, ideally if we could get them all together, but I don't think that's possible with 18,000, a district of 18,000, 2,500 employees. But even if we had to break them up, say it's a morning, in the morning we're doing this, so you have a kickoff, I speak, whatever we need to say to them, but then you have kind of a little guest speaker, but then you can have those times where you even have alumni come back or people that are kind of beloved, and they tell stories, whether it's kids. It would be that type of experience that we would probably have to break up twice, to try to get everybody, just replicate it. So,
but just as some feedback,
I
I mean,
think
I think
that's
it's
great.
something that was,
yeah, something that grabs.
that I heard at one point.
Some money there, but again, the whole goal would be there. If it's in the budget, if we had to fall on it, I've usually been able to always get donations and people that would want to sponsor such. The next part is that the artist and teacher piece, this would fit really good into Marzono, but if you kind of think on the district where we're at, where we're growing and need to be going, we've got the curriculum piece you're starting to nail with the reading, so that part's big. The culture piece supersedes everything, so we're really trying to do culture with the Maxwell piece and the Gallup Strength Finder, but the Maxwell piece also hits on the leadership growth of the district. But the piece that I think will be the tie-in that we can keep the culture language we have coming, the strength finders we have coming, we know we're going to have the academic curriculum, but that how we coach teachers when I'm in conversations at schools, and maybe it's some of the difference between me and the leadership, but I see some of our school principals, they're all, I think this would be something where we train all of our principals and directors, but if you looked up sometime that artist and teacher, we would start this leadership series that would go about a year, and that cost of about, there kind of like we take through Maxwell, we look through the language we use when we talk about teachers and how we help teachers, and principals would learn these strategies, so there's about 25 points that really work, so when they conference with teachers, they can feed them and give them something more than it's just, say, the criteria on the evaluation instrument. It links to all of that, so there's a piece, did they get this? They have that? So you kind of have that up there. These are those themes, so this, I met with Heather Paget and Tracy, we've talked on this some too. This aligns with, she did a little cross, how it aligns with the current evaluation, the Marzano piece, so it doesn't have to give up or change that piece, but these would be the different types of strategies we learn monthly that would be a focus, so we'd have the cultural focus with our principals, directors. We have this learning, technical, instructional focus, and then we have whatever the work is. So these are some of the things we would kind of come back on. It's not a big amount, but it's not a one and done. It's language we keep sharing. Then the bottom, and if you have questions on that, I'm just going to keep going. That calculus project that came up at your last meeting or work session where you all wanted that investigated?
Yeah, so, Marcia?
Yes?
So I know that you looked up the calculus project, and I did some more research on it, so I want to give you some more information on the calculus project. So the calculus project is a project that was run kind of across the United States, but particularly in the state of Florida. It was done in Orange County, and the reason it was called the calculus project is because the goal was to engage students who might not normally be going on to college or might not be looking into STEM fields to actually link up and go into STEM fields. And the feeling was if we got them to take calculus before they got out of high school, that then that's what they would do. You're right that that's part of the project failed, that they did get some participation of getting the kids to take calculus, but the actual link to getting them to that STEM-related job with the calculus background did not hit the numbers that they were expecting. But the other part of it, the initial part of it, of getting the kids to get the Algebra 1 off their plate before they got to high school, was immensely successful. So I think, and I was looking at it more from that piece than I was trying to. They identified that the problem with trying to get kids into the STEM fields was they didn't have the mentors. So I can get you to take a calculus class, but if you don't have anybody kind of helping you and guide you as to what you can do with that, you really don't go anywhere with it. And so all you've done is you've taken calculus, which...
It's pushing those upper elementary fifth graders when they go into middle school, particularly minority populations. I mean, that's the gap groups, is to making sure that those kids, it says calculus, it is the calculus project, but the whole goal is to get them on those tracks and those educate that child, educate that parent, to let them know they can take courses if that's some may be on more of a CTE path. I think all kids need all the paths they need to be a rigorous academic, but they need a CTE something in their pocket. But
So I'd rather call it the algebra project than the calculus project, just so that we're...
And I would absolutely support that because, what we find, even going down the CTE road, is if kids want to graduate with the traditional high school diploma, they have to pass Algebra 1. Yeah. So I'm fine focusing beyond that, but just as a minimum standard specifically for a minority population.
Yeah. So if we can do that, calling it the algebra project.
That's what it would be.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that's okay.
Waylay you.
And then, we'll just kind of go through some of those next ones. Underneath, on page 7, the second one, that was that finance position, basically that accountant work that would also help us with other projects in the facilities to help track and monitor and get the best pricing for there. So Carter's projected that out. There's the Apogee piece. Now just know that Apogee, that is a savings. We're cutting out some others to add that, so this would just be able to pay for that because it would qualify if needing it on improving our communication processes, reaching parents, so it does fit.
I will say, Dr. Millay, that I did sit in on a demo this week with Apogee, and I really liked what,
Oh, isn't it amazing?
It's amazing,
It's
yeah.
absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got some really good components that, I think it fits in our success plan.
So one of the things, since you saw it, so Apogee, or is it Apogee, is that what it's called? Yeah. So one of the things that's really exciting about what it can do is the bot feature, which a lot of the school districts aren't using. And I tried to explain it to the Apogee people, that
That's the K-12 Let's Talk.
That can be infused with Apogee. You're talking about the bot, that's a separate program that can work with Apogee.
Isn't Apogee it's not, what's the Let's Talk called?
It's the K-12 Insights Let's Talk. It's in here as well.
Okay, all right, sorry, I'll shut my mouth.
Save that for later.
Sorry.
Well, we
It's
have
on
to
page
find
8.
what-
It's on page 8.
Oh, it's on page 8, so, on page 8, that piece you're talking about, DeShazo, that K-12 Let's Talk.
Yeah, so we'll get to that in a minute. But Carter, Your total of 742,967? I'm getting 880,967. Did you add wrong?
No, I don't do that.
I know, that's why I'm asking you. And I'm not using new numbers, I'm using the old numbers. So like I did 3 pages. The first page I got 389,6. Or maybe not. No, 389,6. You want to check those numbers before we?
Do we agree that page 6 is 389.6?
Yes, we do.
Okay. 389,600.
So this would be, we're doing the general fund. Did you answer her question? Okay, that's what you're working.
Can we agree that page 7 is 459,867?
We can?
And then the first item on page
Is 31.5.
31.5, so.
And then if you add those 3 numbers,
Go back. Oops.
I could be wrong, I didn't use a calculator to add those 3 numbers. But I think I'm right.
Let's see, we're at 31.5. 889.67, you're correct.
Okay.
Say it again, Carter.
889.67.
Thank you.
But then what I did to adjust that number.
Plus the,
So that number that you're using, the 880,967, right? I took 290 off of that number, all right? The 290 I took off is the 100,000 for the VPK.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Roberts. could you
Okay,
keep
so,
going?
so from the
we split it
880,967,
into-
I took 100,
Right,
and then I took another 190 from the top of page 6. So even though that 190 grew to
320.
395 for the 2 things, right? Even though it grew by
Yeah,
another
these together.
130, I'm only taking 190 because that's all I added in. There's only 190 of that included in the 880 number.
Okay,
So I take 290 off of the 880,967, which gives me 590,967.
Yeah.
Then I added 75 in, because the PIP that you have is the second item on page 6 at 75. I'm adding a PIP for Warfield.
so that's 665,967.
So then I'm getting 665,967. So that number in the green band on page 8
665,967.
should be 665,967. And when you redo this, you need to link the Warfield VPK piece to the PIP piece and put those at the top of the page. Does that make? Expecting all of this to be able to be funded, but just so that we know that that's a visual priority. And this is considered, the green band is considered priority 5, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
So all of these were acceptable with all the board so far?
I didn't see your name included in the cost.
Okay, so I'm assuming that all of page 7 was acceptable to the board as written as part of priority 5?
Yes.
Yes.
Including the top of 8 in red, in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then these are the ones that would be the cost savings, so this is still the same. Okay, so moving on with priority 5, staying in priority 5. Next are they're black in priority 5 because they would actually be already in the budget that Carter has been preparing for you for the general fund. And if these were funded then from ESSER, would actually represent a cost savings to the general fund or a cost avoidance to the general fund for 1 year for these projects if they were to be funded under ESSER.
So this is like the, I don't see a total. Do you tell me what page there's a total, Carter?
I don't think we totaled this one, did we? Not sure if we totaled this one. Let's see.
I think this was just ongoing.
This was just ongoing, yeah.
Wow.
We didn't. But this was kind of the stuff that was left on the cutting room floor after we got to our number.
So this, page 8 through page 14, right? Pages 8 through 14 are things that are in the general fund budget that we haven't yet approved.
Correct.
But if the ESSER 2 money comes through for us,
Just move it over.
these numbers would be moved over, the same way that the capital numbers would be moved over.
Yes.
If these numbers, so these things here, we're really saying, we would look at these with the general fund budget piece,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, so for example, just picking one, the pandemic services manager, I know we're paying for that out of millage. In theory, it is the general fund, but we would move that over to ESSER too as part of a
And
priority.
we think we're gonna have that for next year?
Again, we have not discussed it with the board, we were just putting that on the.
Some of these, we started the conversation back like February, March, so it probably can go off.
Say, if the board were to fund it, then yes, that's where we would put it.
So now explain to me the difference between being here and being a priority 5. So in a priority 5, if I don't get the ESSER money, if the ESSER money doesn't come through with another $665,000, I'm up to 4 million over there. If I don't get 4,665,000, some of the things in priority 5 go away, whereas the things that are here stay there, correct?
In the general, yes.
Yeah,
So-
with the exception of the DeShazo piece, I don't think that was it.
And that's what I'm
Correct.
saying is, I think the Apogee piece
This-
Was already
needs to move out of, those two pieces, the Apogee and the K-12 Insight Let's Talk, need to be,
We said this could be.
in my head, together.
Yeah.
They either need to both be so that they're both sitting in the ESSER funding, or they're both sitting in the general fund funding. Does that make?
Yes, because it really is.
That would eliminate something.
Because after G, it's new, but it's actually, the funding is already in the general fund. It's under Blackboard and the other company.
So it could be a black item, if you will,
Yeah.
here in priority 5, because we're gonna eliminate something to pay for it.
So that number, the 59,867, should really be on page 8, is what you're telling me,
Yeah, really.
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes, it
Okay.
could go up there.
So we're gonna take the Apogee and move it to page 8, right? And we're gonna take 59,867 off of the 80.
That K-12 Insight was never talked about. I mean, prior toward this, that would be, if we put that in the budget, but that was a big different piece that I think you, some of it
Yeah.
seen. That was, you could do on any website that you have. It's all that digital bot
No, that
where
could
you
be right.
feed
It's
and
gonna hit
ask
100.
all the different questions to parents.
Right, so what we're saying though is, we're saying that the priority 5 stuff that we know, that takes us through page 7, right? Instead of being 665, 967, Carter, would be 606, 100.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, because I had to end in one.
606, 100.
Yes, correct.
So as long as the ESSER funding comes in at 4,600,000, all those things through page 7 get funded.
Yes.
Well, not all the things, but the things that are not capital. The capital piece are waiting for the other thing.
Priorities that ESSER will have.
So we're moving the Apogee, and we're adding the 59,867. And so these things here, we really don't need to go into these now, these pages 8 through 14, because those are things we're going to discuss with the general fund, correct?
Yeah, you've been doing,
Right.
they're in, yes.
Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And you also, we don't know, we should get we hope to know two things pretty soon. The state of ESSER 2, and then what's happening with the new round, some call it the Biden money. That's an easy way to say it, though, President Biden's relief to the country. So that, the way it's talked about, there could be some of these other pieces that could also fit extra or.
So here's the piece that I think is confusing for us for pages 8 through 14. It appears that what you've done is you've taken things that either are currently in the general fund or proposed to be in the general fund budget, and you've pulled them out because they're applicable to ESSER 2, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
For the simple reason of,
Which is fine, but the point I want to get to is, so some of these things, for instance, the continued pandemic health services, okay, I think that needs to be addressed as to whether we're going to continue to fund a pandemic health service manager, okay? I think that piece is true. But some of these other pieces that are normally, like the panorama piece, right, which we know has always been in the general fund, which has been, it isn't the same weight, same importance, same type of programming as a pandemic health manager. Because here's the thing, that the only reason that it made it onto this page 8 is because I can move it. But it's something that's embedded in our mental health plan that we've been funding for years out of the mental health piece, that we shouldn't be sitting there thinking that, oh, let's look at this list of things on 8 through 14 and start deciding what things we can delete. Does that make?
it was kind of like, just having you all look at that, just say we get most of the ESSER 2 money, and then there was a quick turnaround, and if these things qualified for reimbursement, we were just listing a bunch of things that could reimburse the board and save your general fund.
So here's what I would suggest, Mr. Chair, is that we quickly look through the pages 8 through 14, so that we don't, when we go back to the general fund, when we go back to our regular budget workshop, we're not having to pay attention to these things. You can embed these things in the budget the way you would normally do. So that the panorama piece, which is normally embedded, the Let's Talk, well, not the Let's Talk, but the Apogee piece, which is replacing something else, the allocations for career tech is something that we've discussed, that piece. But these other pieces, the Britannia, the nonfiction ebooks, all that stuff. So like the nonfiction ebooks, Tracy, Dr. Miller, would that normally come from?
Yes.
Instructional materials, but we can put it in here instead and save the money out of?
No, it doesn't come out of instructional materials because it's not a core material. It's 0001, that's your
right.
general fund. That's
Okay,
not project 0080. So
I
we
see.
just listed those that were from the general fund, not
Okay.
from a categorical.
Okay. Correct, I see that now. The screen recorder and editing tool, the PDF annotator and live teacher view, okay. The only one out of these that I think needs discussion is the pandemic health service manager.
Understood.
Okay, does that make sense? Does anybody else
Yes,
have
that
anything?
makes sense.
That's fair.
I think that's the piece that, that when you're doing your regular budget workshop, so these other pieces can go ahead and be embedded in your stuff, but I think that one piece needs a discussion onto whether that one piece is, whether that, how do we classify that? Is that grant funded? Are we going to do it for one more year? Are we going to do it for half? I mean, how are we, I think we need to look at how we're doing that.
Just so you know, like related to that, because I talked to Julie Sessa today, just based on what you had asked earlier today about choral programs and productions that are out there with COVID, we were going to be talking with the health department anyway about just the current state, about going into summer and all these things, because knowing that this coming school year, we're looking at that voluntary mask, the governor's, then
Right.
it really forces the conversation, well, how much can you really do contact tracing? Some of those other things, I mean, we've made our effort through the pandemic. I'm just saying, there's several pieces
Oh, Julie's
are
still
still to be talked about. We're going to have conversations with the health department. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I just think that that's something that in our plan, right? So, I mean, I think it's obviously what you don't want to do is you don't want to hire somebody to do a job and then find out that the job that you've just hired them to do is something that we, not necessarily that we don't have to do, but that we don't have any interest in doing, or that we don't have any,
No need.
or whatever, but then it's embedded in there, and then we got to find something for that person to do. But maybe they could teach middle school math, so then it would be okay.
Well, we kind of have two moving parts. We did already send the sheet for summer school that you had approved to Department of Health, advising what is their recommendation going to be for our summer programs. And at this time, they have responded that they will be contacting tracing all summer programs, not just school-sponsored ones. But they will be doing Tykes and Teens, Boys and Girls Club, that they will be managing contact tracing and quarantine for summer programs. So in that vein, what we did is we put in a form for about 100 days for Walneed, our pandemic services manager, not days, sorry, hours, for her to work during the summer months to assist with contact tracing. And that is a Form 64, Carter, that we put in request. And so I believe we wanted that to come out of the ESSER funds, which is only going to be she makes about $25 an hour. So it's like at the most, $2,500 for summer. And then in anticipation of weather, we did not know what was going to happen in the fall, just making sure that we have things in place in case we are moving forward with that. For some reason, we had it in there. So we priced that out as we did this year with the 58,000, I believe, is what's in there, 50 something.
So is that an hourly position? So, I mean, I don't want to be in a position where we've given somebody a contract for the full year and then we're
No,
like-
we actually had a call right before the workshop today with Michelle Villak and Teresa Iucci regarding transitioning her to an open LPN position in
Okay,
elementary
good.
school.
Okay.
So our plan is for the 100 hours in the summer, and moving forward, we have two options, basically. She's going to apply for an LPM position, and then if for some reason we need her in the fall for something, for COVID and contact tracing, we could put an interim in the school in which she's been hired and helped, and then she would come back to Risk and help us with contact tracing. And then when she was done, that interim job would be over. That was kind of the idea that they floated that would make it work. But she would like to stay on at the district as an LPN in an elementary school. And she's done a wonderful job for us and is very well known by every principal now because she talks to them all on Sunday afternoon and other times. So she's a great asset right now. We want to keep her as an asset. So we've kind of massaging to figure out what the best way to keep her in case we have to have her, but also to keep her into a position she'd like to be. So we are lucky we can do that. And
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So if we can asterisk that somehow and kind of know that that's something, so that somebody's looking at it, so that we don't end up here exactly a year from now, where we could have been using her in an elementary school as an LPN, but instead she's like stuck here. And if we know that she's trying to get into the elementary school, then that may eliminate. See, the problem is, if we approve this here, right?
Yes.
Not today, but if we approve it in the general fund and she moves, then we got to go out and find another person to fill this slot when we don't necessarily need another person to fill the slot.
Or not fill
Well,
it
we wouldn't
because
fill
we're.
it.
So then I really think that we should be taking this off. And if we need to put it in here, then we put it in. But otherwise, because if we needed to put it in, is she going to come back to do this? Is the theory that she would come back to do this?
based on the situation that they explained they would be able to do in student services was post an interim for that school, LPN, and then she would do LPN work at the district office to continue to contact trace, and we would need funding.
So can we list this position as an interim position?
I think we could do it.
Does that make sense as far as,
Could hold but Monday,
as
that
far
would
as
be
staffing?
needed.
So then
Well, she would
this,
be the full-time, and the interim could be the health assistant, I guess. I'm not sure.
well, then you can flip them back and forth, but then instead of, no, I can't.
The interim's not benefit eligible in the current
Okay.
It's
pandemic.
better to not make them interim if possible.
Well, unfortunately, there's just some unknowns right now that we're battling with, having to move forward with this, wanting to make sure we're covered, because she's been a complete asset to us since we brought her on in December. We really
Well,
glad to have her.
then is the way to go to this to, I mean, I don't want to add a position
Right.
and then overfill. I mean, it is,
It's just really, you'd be covering about 100 additional hours this summer.
We'd like the approval for the 100 hours for summer school.
That's
well,
it.
I think that's just a normal thing, but that isn't 51,964.
No.
Okay.
That, when this talked like a month ago, 8 weeks ago, say, when some of that, it was like trying.
So
to
I would
finish.
think that your summer one is coming on the May budget, right? Or the May
Workshop.
meeting. The May meeting, we're going to see that piece there, right?
This could go off, and if we need to have.
The
or-
summer
Or move it
piece.
to the back.
And we did budget for a full annual salary in the budget, so and she started in December, so we theoretically have a half a year of available funds that we could use for the summer.
Okay, okay. I just don't want us to run out and hire somebody if we don't need to
Totally
be
agree.
hiring somebody. You
Any
know?
position that comes up that's there, we.
Sometimes we
look
get
at,
a
we
little
need to
hit of
fill it or
it.
not, you
Okay.
know.
Okay,
There's no guarantee on filling anything.
okay. Anything else on 8 to 14, you guys?
No, thank you.
Okay.
So for the rest of the document, you've clearly seen this is a work in progress, and so as different departments add and try to categorize, initially, we believed that the funding, 12 million, would be focused around activities designed to re-engage students and activities designed to promote continuity of services. Those are bullets we pulled right out of the document for the initial grant funding. And so we started to code in that way. So these are just additional projects. Like, we believe we're going to be hugely successful this summer with our ICP grant, which is focused on our high school students. And so we had put in an ask for the following year to be able to consider funding for the counselors and the high school people to be able to work with the seniors. So I hear now that that's something that you'll wait on, but it's just kind of a here and waiting as a need
So
in the future.
this salmon and then goldenrod and then
non-coded.
and then non-coded stuff, right? So you're gonna move the third year stuff that we took out of
We'll move it all to the end.
to this piece.
The only one that I found that's coded incorrectly is for Fisher Chalk Talk. That is for this summer. That is a program for SAT, ACT prep for our current year students. This summer, it's one of the programs for all 3 comprehensive schools and in Indiantown and for Spectrum. And so that would actually be a blue number 3. And we'll adjust that funding for blue number 3. That would be something that's for this year, so it's a summer school program. It's a subset of summer school.
In the priority 3. And priority 3 is stuff that we've already approved.
Or that you would be expecting, which would be summer programming. I'm sorry, not blue. 3, what is that color? I guess it's gray.
It's gray, it's
Gray,
page 3.
gray.
So so the gray on page 3 is board-approved ESSER 3. So we approved that?
No, this would be, or anticipated, so the other piece was the anticipated, so you haven't approved summer programs or summer school yet either. That's coming before you in May, so this is actually on that same document with the summer programming, It's just spelled out as a separate program for our high school students.
So I've just upped my 4,000,009 by 35,000. Is that right?
That is correct.
044,820,60, right?
39 plus your, plus 4009. Plus 35.
So these other ones, like the Featherstone White one on the bottom of page 15. Oh dear, wait. On page 16, the first one in white, you have PD during the summer of 2021.
Corcoran?
Yes, that's an ask that she has for her staff, for the pre-K staff, to have professional development this summer with a focus on literacy K-12. We would like to increase the focus of literacy, not just K, but pre-K. And so that's something that wasn't coded.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about these things in the goldenrod, et cetera. Are these things that you have actually looked at, vetted to see exactly how they fit in and whether it's, or are these just things that somebody has submitted to you so
These
far?
are things that someone has submitted, and they didn't fit into one of the other categories, so we didn't just delete them. We left them on the list, and just as it evolves, and if money and funding evolve, then we've got projects
Things to consider.
to consider.
Okay,
That's probably a pretty good one. I mean,
So
that
I
is a good
think,
one.
yeah, so I think that the page 15 on, these things that are, with the exception of the second one from Fisher for Chalk Talk, right? The rest of these, you need to, what is this McGinnis? Maintain one-to-one for another $640,000. Oh, that-
That would be if there was extra.
Oh, that's
like
just
you
the,
can reimburse
this is
yourself,
just the, this is
basically.
what I think I need, right? Okay.
Right.
So I think these need to come back to us once they get some vetting, because I don't think, and I'm not questioning anybody in staff's
you're
ability to
good.
think of
We
what
got-
they need, but I mean, I think that instead of it being, having met a category or been somewhere, I don't think we should just, hey, we've got money.
That's kind of why it's toward the end of the list, and
Yeah.
we hit the priority first. There,
That's on page 4. So, Mrs. Roberts, at the top of page 4, now our number is 4,044,820. Are we in agreement?
Let's see. 4,044,820.60.
60 cents, yes.
Is that right?
Yes. 60 cents.
can I float something else to be thinking about, because we may want to address it at our May meeting? When we did the bonuses for the AFSCME and the MCA teachers, so we know that was for summer school. There's a couple areas, it's not going to be a lot of people, but there's a few, for instance, having the food service program at all the schools pretty much operating pretty heavily, those workers. Talking with Laura, typically she needs her manager in there. So they were there, the worker is AFSCME. The manager that's going to have to now work this summer that would not have.
That normally gets paid out of food service.
Normally gets paid out.
That normally gets paid out of food service.
She's
that-
willing-
That typically has a whole lot of money. So go on.
Yeah, she could pay that, right. But if they're working this summer, they're working extra. They weren't asked to work, but now they may have to work like some of the others. But that $1,000 bonus, that's not, if there's a few like that, that were not working already under a contract planning to work all summer. See what I'm saying? So those managers are gonna have to come in. All their workers are getting the bonus, which will kind of put them over what their person's making. There's a few we're working on just a couple areas. Now, if you were already on a school year-round contract, we're not talking about that piece. We're talking about somebody that, the people we're typically paying a bonus to, they would have been off this summer, but we need you to come on in. Because we're bringing in a lot of the food service cafeteria workers, we the manager's going to have to be there. I mean, it takes, because it's a pretty big operation, so.
So I think that's something that you need to bring us as a agenda item, that here is, so remember, we've got bonuses going to both bargaining units for up to $1,000 at a rate of $9.25 an hour. And the only reason that they're getting, that this bonus was considered was because this is stuff that they would not normally be doing,
Right.
okay?
Which would be like, say that managers, there's a couple special education.
So then there's some
positions
people
gonna
that are
OT.
not, yeah, that are
Right.
not
Not
bargaining
many, there are
unit,
some,
but I
right.
think those need to be, don't you think, those need to be brought as a separate
Couldn't
item?
foresee it all.
Yeah,
But
sure.
they're coming to light now a little bit, so. So there's a list, we're trying to create to look at.
Yeah, and I think.
So for example, we're looking at prevention intervention specialists who are non-bargaining, who would be working in the ICP grant this summer, who were not scheduled to work but are working as part of that. And we're also talking about behavior specialists who would be working in our summer programs, who are non-bargaining, they're not AFSCME, they're technical professional. All of these groups are considered technical professional and not covered under the AFSCME or the MCEA contract.
So you're talking about a student that needs a lot of extra behavior
Right,
support.
so
that's
I
still-
think you would bring that back as an agenda item, and then once it comes back as an agenda item, then it gets added to page, hold on. I can find the page.
Page 4?
I think that's where I'm going with it, right?
Yep.
Top of 4.
Then it gets added to the 4,044,044.
4,044,820.60.
Yeah, the one we were trying to keep at 4 million, yeah. that one. Yeah, that's where it would go though, right? For non-bargaining summer. Okay. Good, thank you. Very exciting. What else you got?
That's
I
about,
think that's about it.
that's the bulk, I mean.
Does that have anything to do with this? What's this?
This was part of the, where I talked about the, on page,
Page did this go with?
we're talking about the page 6, the artist and teacher instructional leadership
Okay.
piece.
Got it, thanks.
That was just a little bit about,
Okay.
a little bit about it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Zipping along.
We ready to move on? Okay.
Got anything else for us, Carter?
No, Mrs. Roberts, I think we've vetted the spreadsheet thoroughly, so.
Thank
We
you.
have our homework cut out.
Thank you.
Wait, Ms. Roberts, can you go over it one more time? I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison and Mr. Superintendent and Dr. Miller. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to move along now to discussion items with the review of the pending school board policy revisions with Mr. Phillips.
While he's coming in here to answer your questions, these were the policies through Neola that they've been through and vetted pretty carefully here. There's about 10 of them that I think are ready for you all. So if you have a question or anyone.
7:30. Be my guess.
Most are simple, I mean, simple little changes, but. so I guess-
7:15.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. DeSalise.
Thank you. On the rules, on the pending school board policy revisions through 2623, I just have a comment on it. That's all when we get there. The others all look good to me.
Which one was it?
26, 23.
26.
26, and it was simple, if you want me to go over it right now.
I think so, go ahead.
The changing letters A through G.
What line number, Mike?
Starting at line 22 on through line 59. It might just be something little, like A, mandatory is a small m, and then you have capital letters in B and C, and then you have smaller ones, everything else is just lowercase. So I didn't know why you're doing lowercase and some uppercase. Is it a matter of importance, or is it just an overlook?
That would be an overlook.
It goes on to the next page too. He talks
Yeah.
about then through,
I had that.
Yeah, on down through item G. So really, A is, so B and C are fine. The rest of them all start with lowercase. And a couple of them there was, let me see which one it was. It didn't seem like it was worded properly. Parents be informed of the testing program in schools, 1 minute.
that's your all student progression plan, a lot of that, isn't it? The
No, I think the
testing program, 38?
the way they're worded is fine. It's just a matter of the upper and lower case.
If I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
Chair Anderson, members of the board, Dr. Millay. I agree they need to be consistent there. The reason they were lowercase is because it was meant to be read, the school board shall require, and then, you know, as you're reading the rest of the sentence, but it's inconsistent, there needed to be either starting all of those sentences with lowercase or all uppercase, so we need to make it consistent.
Okay.
Theoretically, it should all be lowercase because you're ending with a semicolon at the end of them,
Yes, ma'am.
just for reference. And that one, the lines 34 through 36, when you're adding a sentence there, you're adding that sentence about the district will notify students, which was an insert. By adding a sentence in there like that, you've now disrupted the flow of the semicolons for what we are requiring.
I agree, we could move that to.
So that needs to be somehow corrected.
We
So
could-
whether you include it in the after contractor and you just continue on after contractor in parentheses or something along those lines, but since it's the school board shall require the following with all these items in semicolons, it disrupts it when you insert the 34 to 36. Just
Thank you.
saying.
We'll correct that.
Did you want to do this one in its entirety first, since Mr. Dieterlisi brought it up?
Might as well.
Okay,
Knock it out.
so I had a couple things on this one.
Go ahead.
Line number 30, industry certification examinations, national assessments, and statewide assessments be taken at the student's regularly assigned school. I think that needs a shall or some shall or must or something, probably a shall. Correct?
Thank you.
Hang on. On line number 51, 51, 52, and 53. So this is G, the superintendent shall develop procedures for the annual assessment of elementary school students on their reading proficiency and identify those students who are reading below grade level and ensure that the student's teacher is involved in the assessment and identification of those students who are reading below grade level. That's what I think it should say. Meaning that you delete the they, you delete the period after the word level, you insert the word and. On line 52, you delete the word in. On line 53, you delete the word the, and you add a semicolon at the end instead of a period. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
On line, hang on, let me figure out what this one was. On line 57, the district will notify the parent of each student who exhibits a deficiency in reading, shall consult with the parent in development of the interventions through the progress monitoring plan, and will provide intensive reading instruction. So you've deleted the word "a" and you inserted the word "the." The insinuates that there is one progress monitoring plan that everybody is using. Is that what we're intending to say? There is a progress monitor, there is the progress monitoring plan, correct? Okay. Line 64, the school board shall administer the statewide standardized test to students at the grade levels, comma, subjects, and times designated by the Florida Commissioner of Education. And I don't think you need "the" there. I think it should say the school board, so listen and see whether this makes sense. The school board shall administer the statewide standardized test to students at grade levels, subjects, and times designated by the Florida Commissioner of Education. Does that work?
Yeah.
Line 74, a district-required local assessment may be used as the final cumulative examination for its associated non-EOC or non-state assessed course in accordance with school board policy, correct? You need a "non" in front of the state? Because otherwise it insinuates that you've got non-EOCs or the state assessed course. So you need a "non" in front of that. Line number 80, I think the slash should be changed to the word "and." And I think the word "the" should be come out in front of grade level. So it would say, the district may administer a local assessment that measures student mastery of course content at the necessary level of rigor for grade levels and subjects that are not included in the subjects and grade levels measured under the statewide. Does that make sense? Okay. I think on line 88, the district will provide its students' performance results on district-required local assessments to the students, teachers, and parents no later than 30 days after administering such assessments, unless the superintendent determines in writing that extenuating circumstances exist, and report the extenuating circumstances to the school board. That superintendent with a little s, superintendent with a little s usually means that we internally know it's the superintendent or designee. So I think it should go back to saying, since the rest of the world doesn't know that we're using that as shorthand, that should be a capital S, and it should say, unless the superintendent or designee determines. And then we corrected it so that the general public who doesn't know our secret shorthand will be able to handle it. Line 95 and line 96. So you convene a local assessment committee comprised of teachers, plural, one or more principals, and more than one instructional administrator. So I don't know if there's a reason why, if that's your intent, to always have the ability to do one or more principals, that we always know we're going to have more than one teacher, we're always going to have more than one instructional administrator, but we sometimes will only have one principal. So is that what we want to say? Or do we want to put parentheses around the S's of teachers and administrators as well as the principal? So on line 95, after the word teachers, you'd have a parentheses around the S, and on line 96, after administrators, you'd have parentheses around the S also. 109 to 110, these committees shall then be responsible for the selection and/or development of each specific assessment. So does that selection and development, does it ever get approved by the school board? Or are they the final word on the development and selection of assessments? And I refer to, so I'm referring to, this is line 109 and 110. So I'm referring to the statutory requirements of a school board member, which I believe has language about assessments in it. I didn't look it up, but I believe it has that the district is, that the school board part of the legislatively delegated responsibility is that we approve that at some point. But reading this, it would make it seem that we would never approve it. It's only the responsibility of the committee. Is that the intent?
Well,
Dr. Miller?
I like, I like the thought of it, I like the thought of you all having a part, only because the new series is a good example. Then this is, we're talking about a local assessment. The new series has unit tests. It's not going to be up to a committee to decide if we're going to do those. The board adopted those little unit tests. So in my opinion, there will never be a decision of whether we're going to do them because that's in the adopted curriculum.
So should the word selection, Dr. Miller, on line 109, be responsible for the something else instead of selection? Recommendation and/or development of specific assessments?
It's almost like extra little things we would want to add.
Yeah, so this is something, Dr. White's looking to see if this is specifically identified in statute. So the way these things have happened, so I don't know if this language came about back when we
Yeah.
were charged with creating assessments for MAP.
CQAs.
And so back many years ago, where we had teacher teams creating assessments, because at some point, Race to the Top, that's what it was, for Race to the Top. And so those teams created the assessments. The intent was not to bring the board, here's a PE kindergarten assessment on math. The intent was not to bring all those assessments, but to create the teacher teams to create those. However, the board would be approving assessments in terms of core content materials through the adoption of the instructional materials, because many of these assessments are embedded within those instructional materials that go through the formal adoption process, just like the ELA process, which has all of these people on those teams who choose the materials and thereby choose the assessments.
So I would feel better if at least the superintendent was at the final word of approving the assessment. So right now, it's saying the superintendent, upon the approval of the superintendent of the specific type of assessment to be used, right, and the ones not measured, then a committee is doing this work. But I think ultimately, I would think that the superintendent, so instead of being responsible for the selection and development, should be responsible for the recommendation for the approval by the superintendent, or something along those lines. You know what I mean? So that it mentions that the approval is by the superintendent. So however you,
I'll reword that.
does that make sense? Does that work for? Okay, hang on. Starting on line number 158, the second sentence in that starts at line 160 and goes to 164. The sentence that says the district will secure written consent from a student's parents before administering district-required local assessments that, after applicable statewide standards are scheduled, exceed the 5% test administration limit for that student. That sentence should really go after the last sentence that you have. So what it should really say is, no more than 5% of a student's total school hours in a school year will be scheduled to administer statewide standardized assessments and district-required local assessments. The 5% test administration limit for a student may be exceeded if necessary to provide test accommodations that are required by an IEP or are appropriate for an English language learner who is currently receiving services in the district's English language learner program. The district will secure written consent from a student's parents before administering district-required local assessments that, after applicable statewide standards, are scheduled exceed the 5% test administration limit for that student. Doesn't that read better? So sentence number 2 needs to go down and be sentence number 3. Page 7, where we're line number 248 and 260 and 265. So on line 248, we say a student with a disability for whom the IEP team determines is prevented by a circumstance. Then on line 260, we say once an IEP team. And then when we get to line 265, we say the IEP team again. So I don't know whether you want to consistently be the IEP team, meaning that line 260 says once the IEP team determines that a student, I think that would be the better way to do it. And I also think that on line 248, the T on team needs to be capitalized, so IEP team is given a designation like that. And as always, when you're saying IEP, with the first place you refer to it is on page 208, or line 208, page 6 of 10. I think you need to also capitalize that T in team, correct? Does that make sense to you all?
Yes, ma'am.
And should individual educational family care?
Yes, and that, and with lines 207 to 208, that individualized education plan, the IEP should also be capitalized, even though you put the IEP as a definer after it. I did these last night. Page 9, starting at line 326. This is talking about the Florida Tax Credit Scholarship Program. So my first question is that the new name? Are they keeping that name, or did that name change to something else? You know how we changed the scholarship programs now have different names. So whatever the new name is, if that's whatever the name is that it's supposed to be now, I think we need the correct name. I don't know whether that's the name that they decided to keep and they rolled into that one, or if they changed names or whatever, but that's something that you can probably get from Nicole Fogarty or one of those people. It also doesn't mention in that paragraph, the 326 to 332, it says that the parent is responsible for providing transportation to the assessment site. I think it's at our cost, isn't it? Or do they pay for the test? Do they pay for the assessment? They don't pay us for the assessment, correct? I think it should say in there that the district shall pay, as required by Florida statutes, that we will pay for the assessment. Just so that if you are a parent with a Florida tax credit scholarship and you are getting an assessment, it isn't just I'm going to a eligible private school that isn't administering the assessment, so I want to drive over and take it at the place that you told me that it's going to be at. I know I have to provide transportation, but I think it makes it clear that it's at the district's expense, since that's something that we're having to pick up. Does that make sense to you? Dr. Miller?
Do we have to?
That the transportation would be paid for by us, or the?
No, the assessment itself, that we're paying for the testing costs. We're not paying for-
Standardized assessments don't have a cost. We don't pay for them.
No, but whatever cost we have for giving the test, our facility,
Staffing,
our
correct.
et cetera, we're not charging them anything. I think that needs to be clear that
Does that say that in statute, Lee? Does it say what you're saying in statute? Because I'd want to stick to what statute says.
Yeah, so I think it should say, as per the statute, there is no cost. I think it does say in the statute, Mary, you can look it up, that the district cannot charge
whatever it
to
says
do
in
this.
statute then.
So I think that language needs to be, so that we're doing it. Can you
Okay,
just?
so you just want to make it explicit, so it says in there at the request of the parent that we're going to provide the assessment in a place where the student can participate.
Right.
You're saying it doesn't say whether or not there's a use of facilities fee or anything like that, so.
Correct.
That's what
And
you're
I
saying.
believe it is in the statute somewhere that says the district shall provide this test at no cost to the
I
parent.
was just going to say, where the student can participate in the statewide standardized assessment at no cost to the parent.
And then in parentheses, per Florida statute, whatever it is, whatever that piece of the statute is. Okay? Hang on, let's see. And that's all I had for this one.
I've sent my corrections in, so I'm fine with all of them right now, so.
Okay,
Anything else?
not on that one.
Okay. Moving right along.
0164? Want to do that one next?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Okay, 0164. 0164 is talking about in line 6 through 14. So we're going to give notice of meetings in the following ways: by publication in a newspaper, by posting on the website. And then D says for emergency meetings, we're going to use any notice which is fair under the circumstances. I believe C is referring to special meetings, the same way D is referring to emergency meetings. So I think that rather than making C the same as B, that C should say special meetings dash by posting on the district's website, so that there's a delineation between this is what we're doing.
If I may,
Yeah?
if we're going to make that change, and I don't disagree with it, I think it's a good change, should we also put under B, regular meetings dash by posting on the district's website?
Probably, yeah. And probably for A and both A and B, right? Because special meetings and emergency meetings don't go on the newspaper of general circulation, so, right?
Special meetings too.
Special meetings go in the newspaper? But special meetings, so that needs to be fixed. So Diane can,
Anything that doesn't are emergency meetings.
so maybe D doesn't need to be a D. Maybe D needs to be pulled out and be a separate paragraph. You know what I mean? And then you're okay. So then you're okay by saying for 7 days before and I would say before a public meeting, hearing, or workshop for number B, right? And then for C, I would say before a special meeting. So you're then delineating, okay, for public meetings, hearings, and workshops, right? You've got 3 different bullets. You've got A, B, and C. They've all got to go into a newspaper. If it's a public meeting, hearing, or workshop, it's got to go 7 days, and if it's a special meeting, it's got to go 2 days. And then take emergency meetings and throw it out and make it a whole line by itself. So it's not, it's delineated, because it's not considered a public meeting, hearing, and workshop, even though it is a public meeting. But, okay. But I just think you need that distinction there. 0165?
165, yeah.
0165, line 12. You use the word sessions. I don't think we should be using the word sessions. I realize that's Neola's language.
It is.
I think it should say the meetings. Or meetings will be held in an appropriate public place with, Line 17, after chapter 286, you need a closed paren. Oh, 165.1. Marcia? Did she go?
Yes? Hello?
So I'm talking, we're looking at 0165.1, which has to do with agendas.
Okay.
And this has been like, there's somewhere, and I'm not seeing it here, but I'm not sure where it is, where a member of the public can ask to do a presentation, and it just kind of happens. I believe there's a policy that we have, and I'm not even sure where it is, that they just have to give their information ahead of time, and then they can give a presentation, which is something that we've talked about correcting before, because otherwise our general meetings can be held up with anybody deciding to come to us and say, oh, I'm from the county commission and I want to do a a presentation of, and I believe it said not to exceed 15 minutes somewhere, but I have a presentation I want to do not to exceed 15 minutes. Now I've got a library that wants to do a presentation that's not going to exceed 15 minutes. And I'm not sure where that policy is, but it ties into this agenda piece as to what they have to do in order to be able to do that, right? But so in line number 6 through 8, where it says the superintendent shall establish reasonable procedures and deadlines for the receipt of requests by district administration to place items of business on the agenda. I don't like the language "and request to make a presentation in the public discussion period." I don't like that language because it gives the impression that if I'm the Blake Library, or I'm the American Association of University Women, or I'm the, Kiwanis or something, that I can come, not that I would hijack your meeting, but the superintendent has some reasonable procedures and deadlines that I'm going to follow, that I can now come and make a presentation during your public discussion period.
If I may.
Yeah?
That scenario is what we were trying to prevent by inserting by district administration. I do agree with you that we should also delete "and request to make a presentation in the public discussion period." If we just delete that piece, then it leaves only district administration as being able to place items on the business agenda.
Well, because I think that the school board chair always has the ability to help formulate the agenda and to have a discussion. So if you, as the chair, Marcia, wanted to have the Taxpayers Association come and make a discussion, et cetera, I think that's fine for the chair to have that ability to do that. But I don't want it, I'm okay with stopping after business on the agenda. The superintendent shall establish reasonable procedures and deadlines for the receipt of requests by district administration to place items of business on the agenda, period. And you're still.
Yeah, and I think that's reasonable because we review the agenda together. And if it's something that, I have an issue with, then we talk about it and we either keep it, we remove it, shorten it, whatever it is.
Right.
But yes, I think, and the other way to get the item on the agenda is if, 3 board members want an item added.
Sure.
To the agenda.
Sure.
So.
Which we always have the ability. Which we always have the ability to do anyway. Did you want to say something, Mike?
Just regarding your comment, your question about the public wanting to do a presentation, I remember it also, I think it was in something like public comment policies or something. I don't believe it was in this policy.
I didn't find it in this policy, and I meant to go back and look it up, but because it was too late, I didn't. But I think we need to find that one and correct that one too, so that that one is consistent. Yes, but thanks, Mike, for having a memory like mine. Line number 34.
Yeah, right.
Line number 34.
That's why I'm laughing.
The agenda, along with any meeting materials available in electronic form. I'm not sure what we're trying to say. Any meeting materials that are available in electronic form will be published? But if it's not available in electronic form, it won't be published. Is that what we're saying, Diane? Okay, I'm good with that. Okay, on line 47. A member of the school board may request that an item be removed from the consent agenda and defer it for individual discussion, public comment, and more discussion. No vote of the school board will be required to remove an item from the consent agenda. A single member's request shall cause it to be relocated as an action item eligible for discussion, public comment, and action. Any item on the consent agenda may be removed and discussed as a non-action item or be deferred for further study and discussion at a subsequent school board meeting if the superintendent or any school board member think that the item requires further discussion. So that creates, and that's been an issue before, that depending on where you place an item, if you place an item on the consent agenda, that any board member has the ability to say, I don't want to discuss, I want more information before I vote on this, okay? But if it's on the action part of the agenda, you don't have the ability to say, I need more information before I vote on this. So I think that's
Is that the way all board
No.
meeting agenda? Okay.
No. Our board has the ability to remove things from the consent agenda.
We should be allowed to move it.
And say, and I almost feel like any item on the agenda. So I understand that we can remove something from the consent agenda and move it to an action item so we can discuss it, which we always do, right? By adding public comment and action in there, as Neola added public comment and action, right? It insinuates that at our meetings, we take public comment on agenda items before we vote on them, at the time of the agenda item, which Broward County, for example, does. When they get to an agenda item, they then say, is there any public comment on this agenda item? We don't typically do that. We typically say our public comment period is during a slot of time. If you have something you want to address on our agenda, you can address the item on the agenda, but we don't stop the agenda for each item and get public comment. So I'm telling you two things at the same time. So one thing I'm saying is, I think that,
So do you think that should be changed? Is that what you're saying?
so I'm saying a couple things. So I'm saying, first of all, this inserted language on line 48. Anything that's on the consent agenda. So let's say you have something on the consent agenda that's an employee hiring piece, okay? Here's the employee actions where we're going to hire these 45 teachers, right? I can request that that be deferred for individual discussion, public comment, action, and more discussion.
Can you say,
Which I don't think we really want to do. So I want to hire somebody, and now I'm going to say, I want to defer it because I want to have some individual discussion or some public comment or some action or some more discussion?
do you want to leave it where the line 55 says, 55 would say, if the superintendent or the school board, take off member, the school board thinks the items, like it would be more of a consensus of the board wanting to move the items. So if you took off, switched out any and put the, and take out member.
Well, I think we're saying that we do want an individual board member to have the ability to.
Okay, I was thinking she was saying she doesn't
I
want
don't think she wants the public
a
comment.
one board member to be able to put something off from a vote if they're ready.
No, I don't mind that, but I don't like, I don't mind a board member saying, hey, you didn't give enough information. I don't have enough information because we have to vote on every item, okay? We're not allowed
Right.
statutorily to not vote. So if I feel I don't have enough information to vote on a particular item, bus routes, an expenditure, et cetera, that I think it's reasonable to say, I can say, I want this deferred until I get more information. You didn't give me enough information to do this. Now, the rest of the board may be completely happy and say, no, we've got enough information. But in order for each individual board member to vote on it, if you don't feel that you have the information to vote on it, you should be able to have the right to say,
yes.
I don't want to do that.
I agree with that.
My distinction that I'm making is the distinction between a consent agenda item and an action item, that's where I started this whole
Right,
conversation, is that it's almost like by the luck of the draw as to where you placed it. If you take an item,
So,
let's,
Leah, you're saying that whether it's an action item or a consent agenda item, then we should be able to remove it. So that's what we should say.
yeah, so
But
I'm
I
thinking.
also agree with your public comment. I'm not sure we want to have that there.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that it can be, so I don't mind saying it can be almost like if the last sentence said, any item on the agenda may be removed and discussed as a non-action item or be deferred for further study and discussion at a subsequent school board meeting. If the superintendent or any school board member think the item requires further discussion, or I would say, or discussion or information.
So if you're pulling it for that, then you're not allowed to take an action on it, is what that's saying.
So what I'm saying is
No,
that
what's that say?
even though it's on a consent agenda, right? Any item, whether it's on the consent agenda anywhere, I could say, and I would probably bullet those, if it's any item on the agenda, I can ask that it be discussed as a non-action item. I can ask that it be deferred for further study and discussion.
Right.
If either the superintendent or any individual school board member says that it needs further discussion or information.
Right. Bulleted, I think that would help, yeah.
You know, does that make,
It does. Can I pose one scenario?
yeah?
One school board member doesn't like a particular item and just keeps pulling it from every meeting agenda, and it just never gets voted on. Should we insert language in here that limits it so that it can only be pulled once, and then the second time it has to be a majority if it's going to be pulled at a subsequent meeting?
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because that could cause.
Nothing should ever preclude you from voting, though. Just
Right.
My thought is, if you want, or one says, I need more information, but if the board wants to vote on it, they could still vote.
Right.
There will be situations where we have to move on, but I don't know, however you all feel about it.
And and maybe you can just add the language about further discussion information for vote at the next regularly scheduled meeting or
Yeah,
something
that's
like
good,
that.
yeah.
So then, you know, you can't re-pull it, you
Right.
know? Line 74 to 76. The agenda for emergency meetings, so Diane, this is you, along with any meeting materials available in electronic form excluding confidential or exempt information, may be published on the school board's website. That should be shall, right? So line 76 should say shall. We don't have that option, we will
If
publish.
I may,
Yes?
that ends up being vague.
Shall?
Well, if I may, if we leave it, we can put shall there, but I think we should clarify. If we have an emergency, let's say we have an emergency meeting, we want to have an emergency meeting, for example, on masks. And someone wants to bring in a study for it and hand it out to board members. If we put shall there without any more qualifying language, it might be read to mean that the board didn't properly notice the public because the item wasn't on the internet prior to, or on the net prior to that meeting taking place.
Maybe we should just say the agenda for emergency meetings shall be published on the school board's website.
Yeah, I wondered just on any meeting materials, that was even on the page 1, like item 34 through 37, where it says all
Right.
materials. I mean, sometimes it's not, you don't have it ready enough. You know there's going to be an item, but it's not quite ready enough, it's working. That we may even email to you, but it's not ready. It would still be a public record, but it's not
Well,
ready.
it says
for the public
available in
yet.
it. It says if it's available. It says meeting materials available in it. So if they're not available, they're not available.
True, okay.
So you deleted line 19 that talked about regular meeting agendas, right? And so I almost feel like on 34, it should say regular meeting agendas along with blah, 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 shall be published 7 days. Does that make sense? And maybe it should say, do we publish workshop agendas and with electronic information 7 days ahead, Diane?
Well, it's in here.
That's what I mean.
It's just like today's, we weren't able, like, that
No,
document.
no, but if it's not available,
There you
but,
go, okay.
but this is saying, so I think we need to make a distinction that, because I don't think we're publishing the regular meeting agenda 7 days ahead, are we?
Yep,
Yeah.
regular meetings.
With all the, not with all the stuff.
Well, whatever's available she's doing, right?
Yeah, with whatever is available, it gets published 7 days in advance.
For workshops,
Yeah.
For workshops and regulars. it's 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
Special,
Hearings,
it's-
public hearings?
Well, public hearings are gonna be like your employees hearing us, so yeah.
So it should match the language on the other page, so it should say the language that was saying public meeting, 0164.
What line are you on?
See, and that's where it's getting weird is, so 0164 is saying, for special meetings, it's 2 days before. For public meetings, hearings, and workshops, it's 7 days before. Emergency meetings, it's, hey,
It's posted
right?
whenever.
As soon as available.
So I think it's regular meetings, hearings, and workshops. Hearings, Diane?
Sure, so we have employee.
Right. So regular hearings, workshops, et cetera, the agendas for regular meetings, hearings, and workshops, along with any materials available that's not exempt or will be done 7 days ahead, right? Then I think, I almost feel like right after you do that, you should also talk about the agenda for special meetings and the agenda for emergency meetings. Because on 164, you talked about how special meetings, you need 2 days notice, right? So I think then you say the agendas for a special meeting shall be posted the 2 days before, right? That matches the other piece, right? And then I think agendas for emergency meetings, you're posting as soon, like maybe as soon as reasonably possible. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that make sense, Diane?
Well, they say any notice which is fair under the circumstance, you don't, that language seems okay to me.
Yeah, so that's under the notice, so now we're talking about the agenda. So now I have an agenda for a special meeting.
I see.
So-
So what was your language?
So I just had, so I have the regular meetings, workshops, and hearings as one sentence. Agenda for special meetings is the
Right.
2 days. Agendas for emergency meetings posted as soon as reasonably possible.
Okay.
And I don't think you need to include along with, et cetera. I don't think you need that for an emergency meeting. Does that make sense?
The confidential stuff, that's the thing.
Well, I mean, I think for emergency meetings, you're not saying you're doing it along with any, you're just posting an agenda. You're just saying, here's the agenda. You're not giving the supplemental stuff. Because it's kind of like, it's almost like what Jennifer would do for, they're having an emergency meeting to close a school because the roof fell in. I mean, it's that type of thing. It's like, we're going to put it on the website anyway. So if you're going to stick it on the website, right? I mean, it's like, here, we're having an emergency meeting, and here it is on the website. So I don't think that's, I think that's disclosure, but I don't think you need to add, along with meeting materials, take out the exempt stuff, et cetera. It's just like, it's just one more way of notifying people, so at least you know where your agenda's gonna be. So that 74 is going to the prior page. Because the language on line 63 says the agenda for special meetings, oh, here's another little piece. With any materials available excluding confidential, et cetera, will be on the website at least 24 hours before. So you've got the notice going 2 days before, but the agenda going 24 hours. Yeah, that doesn't make any, so I think you need to take that out. Let's see. On line 82, it said that if in an emergency meeting, school board members shall be given a tentative agenda during the notification. An emergency meeting may be called as quickly as compliance with notification procedures permits. School board members shall be given a tentative agenda during the notification.
That's crossed out.
I know it's crossed out, but I almost feel like we need to put something in that, so if we had a school board member we didn't like, for instance, that, and we're calling an emergency meeting, we would tell them what the meeting was about, right? I mean, we know we would, so what's the harm in saying that we will give them what the tentative agenda will be? Does that make sense?
That's fine, I mean.
Does that make sense, Blake, to you?
Yes, ma'am.
So that, and whether you want to take that sentence, school board members will be given a tentative agenda during the notification and insert it somewhere else, maybe under the notice, I don't know where you would put it, maybe back into the notice piece? Under line 14 or something? But I mean, I think you need to keep that somewhere.
Could you weave it into E somewhere
Yeah, something.
on 74, 75, 76? Weave a little phrase in there about
Yeah.
the reason, is that what
Yeah.
you're saying? Tentative agenda?
Just in case we ever get somebody we don't like, that we don't want to tell them what we're doing, you know, it's like, kind of eliminates that. Not that that would ever happen. 0166?
Still here, Ms. Roberts.
Oh, hi, Marcia.
0166.
It wasn't talking about you, Marcia.
On 0166, the language on line 20 appears awkward to me. The school board's attorney shall advise the school board at a public meeting that they desire advice concerning the litigation. So in order to have an exempt meeting,
That's the statute, I think, Lee. It's something about we have to announce at the meeting the intent, and then we can advertise a shade meeting.
correct. And then we have to come to a meeting, start the meeting, go to the shade meeting, then come back to the meeting and close it. Correct?
Correct.
But
That's how the county does.
the language of the school board attorney advising us that we desire advice? I don't think that would be in the statute. I don't think. So can you check the statute and see whether that's what I mean, I think maybe we need to announce that we are having a shade meeting, and I think we need to mimic the statute if it says that you can under the following circumstances, et cetera. But I think it
Maybe it
seems,
should be if.
it just seems a little
They
bit,
desire advice.
yeah, whatever the statute is, because that just seems a little bit weird that we would be in a meeting and then it's like, as your school board attorney, I am advising you that you need advice. So therefore, you can now go to the other room. I think that's a little.
And we do not like to be told when we need advice.
That's true, that's true. So if you can check that against the statute, and you use whatever language is there. Um, 166.1, workshops, work sessions. Workshops are publicly noticed meetings of the school board for the purpose of exploring matters which constitute the business of the school system. Fine. They offer the opportunity for the school board and school board personnel to communicate information and engage in general discussion.
District?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what line are you on again, please?
9,
Thank you.
the word school board personnel.
Yeah, that should say school district.
Right. And then line 11 says work sessions, even though we're trying to call these workshops. And then line 12 also uses the word sessions. And then line 16 introduces the word sessions. So if we're trying to get rid of sessions, I think we should get rid of sessions. 2450, I have nothing.
Really, you sure?
I'm sure. I read it several times because I was sure that was a mistake, but I really didn't have anything on that.
What about 26,
I
27?
know, I thought, I'm going to start calling you Leola.
Thank you. Thank
We
you.
did,
We did 26,
we
23,
did that, okay.
right?
Yeah. So we're looking at-
54, 51. Line number 19, starting with paragraph 18. This is requiring us to have an academic scholarship signing day. I think two things. I think, first of all, I think we might, I don't even know if we really don't have an academic, I mean, we're being required by policy to have an academic scholarship signing day.
Does it reference anything, Lee, like any kind of statute?
Well,
I don't have it in front of me.
If it's in the statute that we must have an academic scholarship signing day.
I thought
We-
I mean, I don't know why they would create a policy like that without some sort of something. I can't, maybe, I
Paragraph
don't know.
14, what does it say, Mary? Can you get up and read it to us?
1001.43.
Paragraph 14?
I'm sorry. Mary White, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. I'm just trying to find it, though. As soon as you said, I saw what it was, and now I'm trying to find it. Mrs. Roberts?
Thank you.
So if, I will just look on my phone for just 1 minute.
No problem.
Paragraph 14, number 1, declaring an academic scholarship signing day to recognize the outstanding academic achievement of high school seniors who sign a letter of intent to accept an academic scholarship offered to the student by a post-secondary education institution. Number 2 is also about college and career decision day.
Are we required to do that too?
Yes, ma'am.
So we probably need that language too then.
I can add it. It's
I
the
thought it
fun
was
one.
in one.
What's that?
I thought it was in one of the ones, but
Shall be declared or may be? It was shall?
If we're being required to do it, then we can't may, we have to show. Oh, there it is, look at that.
It says to bestow the same level of recognition as you do athletic.
Do we do something for do we have a signing day for athletics, guys? Okay.
It's not necessarily a signing day, but we do signing for them.
High schools.
Oh, we're
do that.
encouraged to adopt policies and procedures to celebrate by declaring a blah, 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 et cetera, and declaring a, so I think if we take both of those, since we're encouraged to, it should say may.
That's what I said, may.
And then,
Do scholarship night, which is a night where we are recognizing all.
But we do it anyway.
but we're not calling it, in quotations, according to statutes, academic scholarship signing day. Or.
No, but we have we have scholarship nights at all three, actually all 4 high schools.
Yeah, but we need to be declaring them academic scholarship signing day. So I think since we're encouraged to, so I think if we say may, and we include the language for both, may declare an academic, may declare a college and career decision day, and put both of those in as a may, even though we're doing it, we can do it, but not have to call them exactly what that is that the statute is telling us we have to call it.
Yeah.
Does that make?
No problem, and I agree.
Or we can just call it what we're doing. And
Yeah.
I think that the intent, the intent of the statute would be met.
Yeah. Are you okay with printing the statute language and saying may, and then we just do it the way we do it?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Does that work for that? Okay, 8810 I had nothing on. But I also have some comments on 744003 and the drone procedure. Why? Okay, here we go. Okay, 744003. Line 16. To be authorized to operate a small unmanned aircraft system on property owned, leased, or contracted for by the school board, a staff member or administrator or other individual under contract with the school board must have a remote pilot certificate issued by the FAA, blah, 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 blah. So, are we saying that I understand on property that we own, but on property that we've contracted for, isn't it during the period of time we've contracted it? So imagine if I am doing an event at the fairgrounds, okay? And we've contracted with the fairgrounds to use their property, right? The time that this applies is during the period of time we're doing a school district-sponsored event. I understand that on our property, it's all the time.
And that's what I understood the policy to address was on our property and people who lease our property,
Can I interject?
not us taking the drone.
But this is saying when we're contracting, not yet, Mike, wait. This is saying when we own property, lease property, or contract property. So it's not when somebody's, we cover that somewhere else, when somebody's using our property. But when we physically are contracting to use something else, or we're leasing somebody else's property to do something, right? That we only control it during the time that we're leasing it, correct? So I think that needs to be clarified. So it's under the following circumstances. It's on our property, it's on property that we're leasing, or property that we're contracting on during the time that we're having an event. But our property is all the time, like 24/7 if it's our property. So if you have to break that into two sentences, break it into two sentences, but.
It doesn't say that already, basically, though? To be owned or leased or contracted?
Yeah. The lease would define the fact that we are under lease, and the contract would define when we have it contracted.
Okay, I'll give you that then. 26, no employee, student, contractor, or volunteer may operate a small unmanned aircraft system while participating, I think it should say, in a school district-sponsored, and I think it should say activity instead of event, outside of school district property without authorization from the superintendent. So that means if we're in a parade, that's not a district-sponsored event. If we're, what are we talking about here?
If we sponsor them to, let's say, environmental studies goes on a field trip somewhere.
Let's say they have the prom at Hutchinson Shores, and it's a district event, it's off of district property.
They can't use a drone.
They can't use a drone without authorization from the superintendent. That's what we're saying.
Yes.
So no student, no employee, student, contractor, or district volunteer. I think it should say district volunteer instead of just any volunteer. But other people who aren't that, so somebody's parent could be there doing it, and we have no control over them. Because the only people we control are employees, students, contractors, and district volunteers,
Yeah.
correct?
We wouldn't have that control.
School district-sponsored event.
Correct, and if I may,
Yes?
under that scenario, if there was somebody on the beach who's a student and they're not participating on a district-sponsored event, they're not covered under this either.
Correct.
They could fly the drone over.
Correct. Okay. Okay. Then that takes me to your actual drone policy or your drone procedures. And on your drone procedures, you only had one thing, I think. Okay, page 8.
Ooh, we made it all the way to page 8.
You made it all the way to the 8. Yeah.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, you should be. Drones can be used on district school campuses for academic purposes. I think you need some clarification on that that says, as long as you're following the rules and restrictions, et cetera, instead of just a blanket, hey, you gave me permission. It's like the third paragraph, drones can be used on district school campuses for academic purposes. Do you see that?
Correct, and if they comply with the requirements described in this.
Yeah, if they comply.
Okay.
Okay? Wait, it gets better. In addition, drone flying clubs are permissible if they comply with the requirements described in this procedure. It is strongly recommended that drones be flown indoors versus outdoors. Really?
We're talking basically the little, they weigh like 4 ounces, those kind of drones. They're not flying half-pound or drones that would carry a payload.
Except page 9 tells me that it can't weigh more than 55 pounds. Small children weigh 55 pounds.
Page 9.
Goats weigh 55 pounds. Llamas? No, llamas probably weigh more. Border collies weigh 55 pounds.
That would have to be changed.
Yeah. So I think if we're recommending that they be flown indoors, we need to be telling them like a weight thing or something. Okay? And that's all I had.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Maybe Mike or
Anybody have anything else regarding that?
Wait, I wanted to go back to the very beginning.
Really?
I'm kidding.
I think you're making
Lee?
fun of me. Yes, Mike?
Ms. Robert,
Yes?
I still had a question, that third item back. Am I okay to ask it?
Sure, go ahead.
Never mind, I forgot what I was going to ask.
All right.
Do goats fly drones?
Sometimes they do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're gonna move on now to board member discussion. Ms. Roberts, you got anything?
Nope, I don't. Thank you.
Ms. Deffenthal? Mr. DeTerlizzi, you have anything, board member discussion? Mrs. Powers, you have anything, final thoughts?
No, I just wanted, Tony, thank you so much for stepping in for me and filling in while I'm out on vacation, enjoying a little time with my family. So I really appreciate you stepping up and being there today. So thank you.
Thank you. We're a team and we support one another.
There's no I in team.
I would just say that I want to encourage all the board members. Every now and then, we have nights like tonight when people come out and express themselves, and that's understandable. They should. But sometimes things are a little bit over the top. And being that I was just sitting in tonight, I've been in this role before on planning and zoning, and I've seen some tough times. And I've been known for not letting anyone hijack the meeting and being fair. But I bit my lip tonight because I think some of that was way over the top and just let it burn itself out. But you guys know who you are, and, you know, it's just sad when people abuse their power to speak and the drama and what have you. We get the message, and we know, but to be categorized as if we really, feel like we're on a trip doing that, that was to me, was just so unfair. But anyway,
Is there a way, can we find out, when somebody's screaming at us, is there a way to turn the volume down?
no, you don't turn the volume down. The chair usually just asks, you know.
No, but I mean, I just think that,
yeah.
I mean, I think it's just a microphone issue. I don't know whether that, no, we
Anyway,
can't.
but
They
thank
just
goodness,
scream. Okay,
yeah.
all right.
It is what it is.
The county turns the microphone off. Karen Krista has a switch, she turns it off.
Yeah, I don't think, that just makes it worse.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Well, today I don't think it was going to work. I don't think turning the microphone off was going to work.
I agree.
And we shouldn't. It needs to go on public record. But anyway, any other discussion? If not, this meeting is adjourned.
Everyone,
Thank you.
Bye.
see you next week.
Thank you.